This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, council. I call to order this regular city council meeting this evening, Monday, June 1st, 2026, at 7:02 p.m. A quorum is present. If you bow your heads with me, I'll offer his invocation. Then stand with me for the pledge of allegiance. Thank you, Almighty Father. We enter your gates with thanksgiving. We enter your courts with praise. We give you all glory for all the good things that you have done for us. We pray that we just recognize them. I pray for the guidance of our country, our leaders, and these Middle East conflicts, that the right decision is made. We pray for your guidance for our state and our city. In Jesus' name, amen. Item 3, I have a presentation. It is a government overview, federal, state, and local. I think it's always good that we take time to see what assembles and influences even our local government. Next slide. And council, you have a handout you can follow. It's the same as here. Starting with federal law. Federal law impacts all our municipalities. It affects the state, but it's the setting foundational parameters for civil rights, environmental compliance, labor standards, and public funding. Next slide. Where federal laws, rules, and mandate specific actions, we find ourselves, our local governments, and I'll mention that county and municipalities are local governments, is that we must modify our ordinances, procurement processes, and administrative framework to ensure that compliance. Next slide. Key areas of impact, as you might well know, would be infrastructure and funding, especially if you've got federal grants involved. Minority and women-owned businesses, labor and employment, environmental, civil rights and accessibility, and administrative procedures. Now, the Texas Constitution and state law. The Constitution, our government code, and Texas local government code. These are foundational or the legal framework that dictates how local governments can operate, how they're structured, and the limits of the regulatory power. I'm going to start with the Constitution. The Constitution, Article 3 and Section 1, gives our House of Representatives, that is the Senate and the House of Representatives, the authority to write our state laws. Next slide. Under Article 11, of the Constitution, it addresses municipal corporations. For cities and towns with a population of 5,000 or less, these are general law municipalities. As you will note in our description, we are a Type A general law municipality. So cities and towns having a population of 5,000 or less may be chartered alone by general law. So the city here has not issued a ordinance citing, this is our charter, but by state law, that is our operating guidelines, where it cites the authority, the powers, and the processes used to implement those powers. Next slide, thank you. This is interesting, and I will point something out here. This one says, Article 11, Section 5, cities with more than 5,000 in population, adoption or amendment of charters. Now, I just cited Section A, that was the relevant piece on this, but it says cities having more than 5,000 inhabitants. Take a note that the title uses the word population. In the text, it uses the word inhabitants. A loophole. Population is defined in the local or the state code, government code. They give definitions for certain words, and population is that population determined by the, I'm going to use the incorrect word, every 10 years. What's that word?
Census.
What is it?
Census.
Yes. That population. And that's every 10 years. But in the text here, in A, they use the word inhabitants. So municipalities that can reasonably determine and show that they have 5,000 inhabitants, of which Haslet has, may by a majority of vote adopt a city charter. Just a loophole. Otherwise, the city of Haslet and other cities like us would have to wait till 2030 and the census comes out. Next slide. Article 11, Section 13. Talks about the municipal functions. Notwithstanding any other provision of this Constitution, the legislature may, by law, define for all purposes those functions of a municipality that are considered governmental and those that are proprietary, including reclassifying functions, classification assigned under prior statute or common law. The legislature rules the world of the state of Texas with regard to defining local government. And it's always been that way. Next slide. Again, the state law is the authority governing state municipalities. While we retain local ordinance making power, the legislature defines this authority through a wide ranging of preemption laws. State statutes dictate municipal taxation limits, procurement thresholds, and land use policies. We'll have some examples coming up. Next slide. Examples of preemption. Preemption meaning, okay, state, we have an ordinance in effect, and we're going through some of these things right now, updating our ordinances. The legislature issues a change, and that is preempting our ordinance or an affected ordinance, so we must update those. These are several you may have heard of. The Death Star Law, that's House Bill 2127, and that is saying that a municipality can't enforce local ordinances that contradict state law concerning labor protection, such as, well, you got to have a water break every 15 minutes and things of that nature, I believe. The cities of Austin, maybe San Antonio, that was on the news probably a year or more ago. Housing and zoning. Senate Bill 840, now allows multifamily developments to bypass rezoning by permitting houses to be built by right in areas zoned for commercial use. Annexation, de-annexation. It now, the state law over the last several years has given property owners the ability to submit for de-annexation and removal of themselves from our extraterritorial jurisdiction, avoiding municipal regulations. Now, I'm not saying these are bad or good, but these are just examples of what preemption is. Procurement and spending, state law directly manages municipal finance and operations and procedures. Budget and tax constraints, state law enforces caps on property tax revenues from year to year without triggering automatic voter approval elections. It's well defined. Next item. In our local government, we are a general law municipality. We possess only those powers expressly granted by the Texas legislature found in the Texas Local Government Code. An interesting aspect, we'll see it here, again, general law cities and counties. Counties are all, every one of them are general law. The statutes are very explicit in how they operate. Home rule is an exemption to this. Again, in Article 11, Section 5 of the Constitution, with populations over 5,000, the voter can become, or by vote, you can become a home rule city. These cities adopt their own charters and have broad inherent powers to self-govern. But yet, in the state statutes, the local government code, there are bounds even on home rule municipalities. And state preemption, when the legislature exercises plenary power, it affects all, and it'll be explicit at many times. You'll see in the state statutes, this is applicable to a type A general law municipality or home rule municipality. And I hope you found that useful, but I would encourage all of you to read your state constitution. It's a discovery of what's in there. You would be surprised. But nonetheless, that concludes my presentation. Let's go to item 4, citizen participation and comments. Ms. White, do we have speaker?
Okay, we have several speaker cards and then the 2 emails.
Okay, one email I know that you can read at that item that's coming up. There is one with regard to brush. Go ahead and read that.
Okay, this is from Paul Nelson. I have attended a bunch of brush drop days, and I would like to commend the city employees working this last one and all passed, but I was really impressed this time with the friendly faces that helped to guide the traffic. All the unloading guys were right on top of the job and getting the folks in and out. It was a very well-organized operation, and hats off to the city employees who planned and worked this event. Paul Nelson.
And I'll reiterate that. But that's been several years of lessons learned and what works. And I think you got it nailed. And I'm speaking to Mr. James Tucker, Director of Public Works, and he is the maestro for those events. Thank you. Next.
Okay, we'll start with the in-person speakers. John Barnett would like to speak.
Mr. Barnett. I'll remind the speakers, all speakers have 3 minutes.
All right. I'm going to be speaking on 9.A if everyone wants to flip their package to the back. My name is John Barnett. I live at 1281 Valerian Ave, speaking on agenda item 9.A and why it should not be held in executive session. The agenda describes this as the purchase of community facilities property. Although it is not revealed explicitly, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is connected to the ongoing Sweetgrass Parkland issue, which has been the subject of public records requests, resident concerns, and ongoing negotiations involving the city and the developer. What concerns me the most is that the public does not yet have access to all the information. A Public Information Act request is currently pending, and the city attorney has asked the Attorney General Paxton to withhold certain records related to this matter. The Attorney General has not yet ruled. There is a 45-day intermediate on this right now. This has been in the city attorney's court since the beginning of this year, and until the residents brought it up to the attention of the city this last month, nothing had been done. The timing is off. So tonight, the council is going to be asked to discuss property that may become a public asset while residents are still waiting for the record necessary to understand the facts behind the transaction. Property is intended to add Sweetgrass Park obligations. Residents deserve to know why. Why is this property being acquired? Whether it satisfies any outstanding parkland requirements. Whether it will be dedicated and protected as parkland. What obligations remain unresolved between the city and the developer. These are not merely negotiation issues. These are public policy issues. I understand the Texas law allows executive sessions for certain real estate negotiations. However, the public interest in the matter is extraordinary. Hundreds of residents are affected. They're meeting. Public funds are implicated, and key records remain unavailable pending an Attorney General decision. I respectfully ask this council to postpone any action on this item tonight until the Attorney General has ruled on the pending records request, and the public then has an opportunity to review the information and participate in an informed discussion. Transparency builds trust. Moving forward before the facts are available does the complete opposite. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker. Repeat that.
Michael Belcher.
Mr. Belcher?
Good evening, council members. I am Michael Belcher, 1184 Wild Center Way, Haslet, Texas, 76052. I am a member of the HDEC board here in Haslet. I'm just gonna briefly speak on item 8H, which is the community parks situation. I was out for a week. I was celebrating with my daughter for her graduation from college. But I kind of watched the videos, council member videos, the parks videos, and it just seems like it's a lot going on about parks that our kids want to have and need to be great, to have fun and play in. It just seems like it's a lot of back and forth, a lot of tug of war about it. The children and the citizens want this park. Why is it a battle with everyone? I've seen the situations about bids and companies, which company is the best, the back and forth about that. All I want to say about this is we need to do what's right for the kids and for the citizens. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belcher. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do. Next one. Blandon, York, and Wyatt. Is that correct?
Blandon York? Brandon.
Appreciate your time tonight. This is my kid Wyatt. We have been talking with Mr. Gilbert recently. He came out to our scouting event.
Your name and address, please.
Brandon York. It's 5129 Pinellas Avenue. So we invited Mr. Gilbert out to our meeting, our den meeting with scouts, and Mr. Gilbert went over the play set that is being proposed, and these kids have a pretty big vested interest into this play set. I think you guys really need to really think about what it would mean to the community and have a nice area for these kids to go and play. There's a lot of things that they looked at, they're really excited about. I think one of theirs is the zip line. So I think you guys really need to consider what kind of impact this will have with the community to bring families together, a place to gather, a place that these kids can have fun and really get some use out of a really nice place that I guess what I'm here to say is I hope you guys can figure this out. I know it seems like a lot of money, but I'm sure in the end you guys can come together and really figure out how to make this work and have a very nice place set for the community. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. York. Do we have another speaker?
The next one is Kitty Wirtz.
Ms. Wirtz.
Kitty Wirtz, 205 Thistle Drive. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I request that, I'm talking about item 8H, Community Park Playground. I request City Council approve the resolution before you tonight so to support the EDC Board selection of Child's Play, Sinlon, and Burke. Please adjust our budget accordingly. Child's Play has a supplemental warranty that is essentially a bumper-to-bumper warranty like a car would have at no additional cost. For warranty schedule provided by Burke, everything will be covered 100% and repaired and replaced and installed at no out-of-pocket cost for the first 5 years. This means no work for our park crew other than calling Child's Play to address the issue. Lee Park and Play does not provide this, and their warranty begins ending at 1 year on high wear parts such as trolleys, cables, wheels, bumper stops related to the rail and cable products. By the way, Child's Play is the only one that's got a zip line that is 75 feet long. All of this rework would cost the city and the park crew on Lee Park and Play. This supplemental warranty is only offered where in the industry by Child's Play. Shawgrass is Lee Park and Play's turf. It's 2 inches thick and it weighs 74.5 ounces. Sinlon is Child's Play. It is 3.15 inch thick and it weighs 108 ounces. The Shawgrass system proposed by Lee Park and Play covers turf for 5-year warranty, turf bind and delamination. This is a concern because this backing holds the turf together. No warranty after 5 years on this issue. The 10-year warranty covers the fiber's degradation. Shawgrass is a lesser material with no warranty after 10 years. The life of the product is 12 years and must be replaced through the life cycle at an estimated cost of $275,000. Sinlon's warranty covers all these issues for the life of the turf on a prorated basis, 1 to 8 years, 100%. 9 to 10 years, 50%, 11 plus years, 15%. They have a heat block coolant technology that keeps the turf 20% cooler than any other turf in the industry. Sinlon turf is expected to last 15 to 20 years if maintained as recommended. This better matches the equipment life cycle of the playground. ADA, Child's Play has 50 plus 80 play events on the playground. This is the most from the 3 final vendors we selected on our committee. This is the only playground that kids with disabilities can play.
You have 20 seconds.
The bottom level will have sensory boards and different game panels that can be customized to our discretion. This is the only one that has 360 climber that allows kids with arm strength to play independently without help. This playground has the greatest variety of play and strongest comprehensive warranty package, the most ADA accessible.
Thank you, Ms. Wirtz. Your time is up. Do we have another speaker?
Nicholas Haas.
Mr. Hodge, would you spell that, please? You, Ms. White. Spell.
H-A-U-S-S.
Mr. Hoff.
Yes, sir. Nick Haas. I live at 13816 Springway Drive, Hazlet, Texas, just down the road. I'm here speaking on behalf of my family, my son Kieran, back here, item 8.H, the city park. And so good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time. I want to speak more to kind of the opportunity present with this park and the ability that it can help define the community for decades to come when it comes to having an accessible park. And I want to also focus on, this isn't just about people with disabilities per se, but it's a park for everybody. Accessibility, when done right, doesn't create separate spaces. It creates better spaces that welcome every resident of our city and those in the surrounding area. How many of us will experience disability in our lifetime? Nearly all of us, in fact. Some are permanent, many are temporary. A parent recovering from surgery, a child with a broken leg, a grandparent with arthritis, a new mom pushing a stroller carrying a toddler, someone healing from a sports injury or a car accident. These aren't special needs, these are just human needs. Today, it might be your neighbor, tomorrow it could be your own child. When we choose to design a park with smooth pathways that accommodate wheelchairs and strollers, sensory-friendly play areas, inclusive playground equipment, it works for kids of all abilities, shaded seating, accessible restrooms that actually work for families, so we don't have to change diapers on the floor. It doesn't just help a few, but it raises the quality of life for every family in the city. The park becomes a place where grandparents can comfortably watch their children play. A father can still join his family for a picnic. Children with autism or sensory sensitivities can enjoy the outdoors without being overwhelmed. So studies consistently show that accessible public spaces increase activity, reduce isolation, and strengthen social bonds across all demographics, attract more families, boost nearby property value, and create civic pride. I'll just speak, I'm a lifelong Fort Worth native. When they brought together the Dream Park, if y'all are familiar with that, there's nothing that made me more proud, and pretty much everything out there Karen can participate in. And so when we looked at the proposals here in the Child's Play, it brought back that same emotion, that same feeling. There were so many options for Kieran and for other kids. So I don't know about all the backstory or whatnot. We just had the privilege.
You have 30 seconds.
And so I strongly urge you to consider that, find a way to make that something that becomes a legacy for Haslet for many decades to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Do we have another speaker?
Next is Leah Preston.
Ms. Preston.
Oh, she would like to speak on 8B at the item.
On the item. Okay, if you will make a note of that for us.
I sure will.
Do we have any other speakers?
Joette Keene.
Ms. Keene.
Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive. I don't have any prepared written statement. I've thought about this a lot, and I'm not opposed to a playground. I am absolutely not opposed to it. I think it's wonderful that we have a beautiful park and we have things for kids to enjoy there, and I'm proud that Haslet does that. We offer that not just for our citizens, our 5,000 plus now citizens, but we certainly make this available to all the other communities, which I think actually use our park quite a bit. I do have concern, however, about our fiscal responsibility. I think we have a lot of things in this city to be taken care of. Look at you folks who live in Haslet Park and the roads that you have problems with. And I think about all the other traffic issues that people complain vehemently about, and all the many other things that are going on in this city. And I think it's actually fiscally irresponsible to add another $300,000 for equipment for a playground. I just, the other thing I've thought about is, zip line sounds like a lot of fun. What's Haslet's liability? I don't know. Have you addressed any of those things in considering the type of equipment that you're going to get? Because that seems not such a safe thing to put out in a park unless it's monitored. And what's Haslet's responsibility with that? So here's another thought. We have all these neighbors that use our park that are in Fort Worth. What has Fort Worth built locally for their community? Are they spending $800,000 to build parks? If they are, that's great. Maybe we won't have the same demand. I think what you've already allocated in $500,000 to put new equipment in a park is generous. We do not have a bottomless pit, folks. You're tapping it for many things. We're coming up on budgets again. Are you going to look at salary increases again? Are you going to look at, opportunities for benefits like you did last year? Are you looking at your ball fields and all those expenditures? We don't have a bottomless pit for money. So really think seriously about what the citizens want, but also what the citizens need, because there's a big difference between wants and needs. So I think you all sitting here have a fiscal responsibility to be mindful of the money that you allocate for things like this.
Thank you, Ms. Wertz.
Mr.
Do we have
Mayor,
another speaker? Yes, sir.
8B does not have public discussion.
Say it again.
8B does not have public discussion.
8B.
Yeah, look at it.
Doesn't have a public discussion.
Yeah, our
Public
policy
hearing.
does.
But they can speak at that item.
I thought we changed it, where it's not a public hearing, then everything had to come in through the citizens' comments.
I don't recall that at all.
Our new policy does state that any non-public hearing items, those comments have to be made at the beginning of the meeting. And just to be consistent, that includes emails as well about non-public hearing items. They're all supposed to be heard at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. It would be good to have those rules printed out until we learn them by rote. All right. So, Ms. White, you make a note of that, have these public speaking rules in front of us and available for the city secretary too. All right then. So, any speaker that wanted to speak on a specific item, now is your time.
Okay, first, we still have one more that was asking for citizen participation and comments, and that's Laura Slaughter.
Ms. Slaughter.
I live at 1195 Wild Center Way. Some more information on 8H Playground.
Ms. Slaughter, state your name. You need to state your
Laura
name.
Schlotteroff.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. The cost of turf is $214,000. The cost of wood fiber over 25 years would be $699,250. So there's your savings right there. I'm providing some additional context to address some questions that have surfaced about how this project came about and what we found out while doing research. You may want to pull up the focus group table that is in your packet. Doug Horick and Tanya Morrow asked the HCEDC to fund the playground in August 2025. In November, Councilman Gilbert and I went to my twins' Webelow Den. The kids needed to fulfill a requirement and learn about elected officials in government. I suggested that we ask the 9 and 10-year-old boys and girls what they would like to see in a playground. This is where the scope of work and items to be included in the playground came from, along with community input from social media posts I posted on March 18th in What's Happening Haslet page. Adults and kids alike dream big. Zip lines and climbing towers were some of the main requests. We knew we also wanted to be inclusive and make sure to include accessible features for kids with varying degrees of disabilities. We learned that an all-inclusive playground, one that a wheelchair can access, is very expensive, much more expensive than a playground not inclusive. That is why we could not go with an all-inclusive playground when first presented with this design. We made a compromise by including the lower level as an all-inclusive level for kids of all abilities. It was pointed out to us that Gamble Park is for younger kids, so an older kid who may have a disability will not want to play in that park. 3 families with children with disabilities were given the opportunity to review these designs, and they all said Child's Play was the best playground for them. Generally speaking, feedback from all focus groups was fairly even. This is looking at focus group document in your packet, along with social media input, along with the school feedback. The last feedback we received came from Haslet and Schluter Elementary. There were 2 classes from Schluter that voted as a block, meaning they all voted for the same option. I suspect either the teachers asked them to vote in a block or the kids may have followed the leaders of the class and were afraid make different choices as they may be ostracized. This is called herd mentality. I was not there to control the environment. If you take out the two classrooms that all voted for the same playground, you will see that the comparison is very close. Lee Park and Play votes would be 53.81% and Child's Play would be 46.19%. I have counts from a couple of Facebook pages if you would like that data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughterhoff. Do we have any other speakers?
No, so now you want to go back to the speakers that had requested specific items and go ahead and let them speak, right?
All right, very good.
Okay, Leah Preston.
Jeremy, she's speaking on 8B. I'm fine.
Excuse me, what's that?
I'm asking if I had to leave the room because she's speaking on 8B. I was asking Jeremy.
No, so Councilmember Wise will be recusing herself during the actual deliberation of 8B, but a public comment on it, you're okay to.
I still don't understand what, on 8B, and why would you need to leave the room?
Because my husband he put his name in for the application for HCEDC type B.
Oh, I see. You just wouldn't get to vote on it.
I have to leave the room. So I was
Yeah.
She's
asking.
recusing during the discussion.
And, sorry about that, Ms. Preston? Ms. Preston?
Yes. My name is Leah Preston. I live at 1608 Nettle Lane. I'm also on HCEDC Type B board, and I'm just here to ask you guys, I think that all of the applicants look really good based on the packet included in the agenda. I would ask that for the vacancy in spot 6 that you appoint Dr. Kennedy or Mr. Wise. They seem the most qualified based on how they answered the questions. So my personal opinion as a voting member, I think that both Dr. Kennedy would be a good asset because he has a business here in Haslet and we don't have anybody on our board currently filling that business role. And Mr. Wise has project management experience and construction experience, all things that would be super beneficial to the EDC. So while I think all three in alternate and full member positions will be great and helpful, I would ask that you pick one of those two for the voting position and vacancy in seat 6.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. Do we have any other speakers?
We do. So John Barnett wanted to speak on 8C and 8H.
Who's the 8C?
He's already been given his 3 minutes, so his 3 minutes are up. He doesn't get the.
You've already spoken. Your 3 minutes
You
are
guys
up.
have 12 different agenda items, and now you've made it 3 minutes.
Sir, I didn't write the rules. I just have to abide by them.
Understandable. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Page? So speakers can only speak one time per night. They can't speak on different items?
So on non-public hearing items, yes, that is correct. They have 3 minutes to speak on any item on or off the agenda.
Is that something new we just made, or?
That was a recent change, yes.
Oh.
Were we notified?
It was at a public meeting that the council voted on.
It was at a public meeting and voted
That
on.
is per topic.
Do we have another speaker?
No, sir, just the email that is directed at item 8H. That's the only item left.
Okay, if you would go ahead and please read that.
Very good. This is from Sarah Nimbu. Hello, council members. In light of the agenda items this evening, please note the Parks Board is in the process of reviewing but have not decided on a new playground or installer at this time. Thank you, Haslet Parks Board.
And just for clarification, Sarah Nimbu is a Haslet resident. She lives, I believe, on 156.
That's correct. She's also the Park Board Chair.
And she is the Park Board Chairman. All right. Do we have any other speakers? Do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Very good. Let's move on to items of community interest. Independence Day celebration. Our 250th anniversary. That'll be held Friday, June 26, 2026, 6 p.m. at the community park. There'll be live music, vendor booths, food trucks, activities, fireworks, It's always a great time. Please come out and celebrate with us. Item 6, updates on active items and projects and event recaps. This will be Mr. Tucker. You have items A and B.
Sir, good evening, Mayor and Council. My very brief this evening. This is just a quick update of the fire station project. From this photo, you can see they've been doing the stucco, and it looks like it matches for the existing building really well. That next item, as you can see, they're starting to do tile work and interior finish out. Like I said, doors, things like that are all coming in. Here, this was a schedule we asked the contractor to give us just to see the complete breakdown of where they think they'll be. Like I said, this is kind of hard to see. 2 slides forward. We gave you a quick breakdown of where they are. They've basically done most of the stuff on the left has been completed. They're still working on those items on the right. Next time, I think there's another one for that. Like I said, and that's basically a conclusion in late August. So we can send a copy of that schedule if you'd like to review it further, but that's just a rough guideline of where they think they're going to be. Was there questions on this item?
I had one question, Mr. Tucker. I know we had talked about the air, the HVAC, but the fire station, but we're holding off on that until this was completed as well, or are those working in conjunction at all?
Are you referring to the original building?
Yes.
I do
Yes.
not have any. Okay.
And the consultant is being acquired.
So
we'll have to write your council will have to approve an agreement with the consultant to perform that work.
So the air and the HVAC has still not been done in the original building?
That's correct. The engineer has not performed their work.
Okay, well, that'll be coming
Yes, ma'am.
soon? Okay. Just checking the update on that. Thank you.
Can you go back to slide 5, please? That's, okay. Yeah, this was it. We just passed over it. I just wanted to see it. Thank you.
And if you would like, we can send a copy of that actual breakdown schedule. Yes, and this last item, there's really no real update here. That project was finalized out. We did a walkthrough of it. All the work was completed and is satisfactory, so there'll be no further updates on this, and that is completely closed out. I believe that's the last slide I had. Council?
All right. 6C, Avondale-Haslet Road, Haslet Parkway, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, your update.
I don't have an update, sir.
All right. I know that they have had a meeting maybe 2 weeks ago, and they're in an effort to reschedule that meeting. All right. With regard to the Chrissy grant, the Long Bridge grade separation, that is going per schedule. North Central Texas Council of Governments is working steadily. They have all their traffic information to form their calculations, and their funding, local funding, all local funding has been acquired. It's not in hand, but it's been committed. And the letters of support are being acquired as well. So that is the update on those, on the Haslet Parkway, Avondale-Haslet Road grade separation. When you go to the consent agenda, Council, you have 2 items. Approval of the regular City Council meeting minutes of May 4, 2026, and May 12, 2026, which was a special council meeting.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion is approved to approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Item 8A, discuss, consider, and act on adopting the Roberts Rule of Order as the governing body's rules of proceedings. And again, I'll make reference to that earlier presentation. That is a statute requirement.
Mayor Halsey, before you do your presentation, we approved the Roberts Rules on May 17th, 2021. Is that something that needs to be done
Every year.
periodically? Oh, so we haven't done it in 4 years?
Every council.
Okay, so we're a little, I didn't see a date in the local government code, so every year we have to just
Every
say that we're
council.
going to use them? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Robert's Rules as order as the governing body's rules of proceedings.
Motion, and as well, city will be purchasing you copies of the Roberts Rule of Order. That's in that,
Okay, do I?
which is fine. You don't need to cite all of
Well,
that.
I have my own
But
book, so.
the
only
city
if-
will be
if it's-
purchasing each individual.
Okay, if it's needed.
Yes.
Okay.
Very good. All right, motion is made to approve, to adopt the Roberts Rule of Order as the governing body's rules of proceedings. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Discuss, consider, and act to appoint applicants to serve as board members on the Haslet Community and Economic Development Corporation B HCEDC Board. And who is presenting our applicants? Ms. White?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Regular appointments for Place 6, Place 8, Alternate 1, and Place 9, Alternate 2 of the HCEDC to be considered by the council. Those appointed will serve for the remainder of the terms below. Place 6 and Place 8, October 1st, 24 through September 30th of 26. And Place 9, which is Alternate 2, is October 2nd, 2025 through September 30th, 2027. And the applicants are, let's see, we have Joe Kennedy, Michael Wise, and CJ Maldonado. And those are included in your packet.
Very good. Council, does anyone have a recommendation or a motion to make for a certain individual for a certain place?
Mr. Mayor, I vote that we nominate Joe Kennedy for place 6, the vacant position.
Motion is made to approve Mr. Joe Kennedy for place 6. Is there a second?
We're not going to do them all together?
No, let's just one at a time is fine.
Do we need to do them all together, or is it okay that they're separate? I'll second it then. Okay, I'll
All
second.
right, it is seconded. Again, it's Mr. Joe Kennedy for place 6. All in favor? Motion passes. Our next, council, does anyone have a recommendation for, I guess the next one would say place 8, alternate 1?
I'd like to make a motion to place CJ Maldonado for alternate place 8.
And that last name again?
On the screen, CJ Maldonado.
All right, I'm looking for it on the screen. You see it on the screen?
It's the third one in blue.
Ah, here we are. Motion is made to appoint Mr. C.J. Maldonado to place 8, which is alternate 1. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. And place 9, do we have a nomination for place 9?
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Michael Wise to place 9, which is alternate 2.
Motion is made to appoint Mr. Michael Wise to place 9, which is alternate 2. Is there a second?
Mr. Holstein, I think that having somebody on the type B, which makes decisions and makes things for our city, is kind of a conflict of interest when you have somebody on the council also. So I don't know that would be wise.
At times, it doesn't work out. You are correct.
So I think that might be a conflict of
So we
interest.
have a motion, we just
There
adopted
is,
Robert's
and-
rules, so we need a second and then have our debate.
Okay, you are correct.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you.
we need a second. Now, a second doesn't mean you're approving or in favor or not, but to have discussion, we must have a second. If there
Mayor,
is
I'll
no
sec-
second, the item dies.
Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second, discussion. And your concern is relationship. Now, I don't know that there's any, we don't have any ordinance or guidelines or with addressing that.
So the only, we do state that relatives of elected or appointed officials may serve on any board or commission of the city. However, the council member has to recuse themselves and abstain from their nomination discussion vote relating to the appointment of the relative. So,
And that's been done.
and so she has recused herself, Councilmember Wise that is, has recused herself. And so it's really up to the council to determine whether or not it's appropriate, wise, and that's really going to be a policy decision to determine whether or not this appointment should be made.
Understood. Thank you. All right. Well, is there any further discussion?
No, I'd just say, I mean, we've got 3 openings, we've got 3 candidates. Most of those that have been involved with the city for any length of time know that we continually have a hard time with volunteers filling all of our boards and commissions. So if we have, my personal opinion, if we have people that want to serve, we need to let them serve. Jeremy spoke, I emailed Mr. Page earlier in the week with that very question, and he basically said exactly what he just mentioned. So, you know, if we've got volunteers, let's get some volunteers on these boards and let's fill them up.
Understood. Any further discussion?
I would also like to clarify that if we do see there's something that's not, like, is a conflict of interest, then we address it at that time.
And we have people like this are on the Parks Board, Doug's wife, and we have other things like that, but they don't make, they just are not, they just make recommendations. The HCDC type B board is more extensive. That's the reason why I just thought it was a conflict of interest.
Understood.
Funding, yes, funding. Other
Understood.
things.
Any further discussion?
No.
All right, there's motion and seconded from Mr. Wise to be appointed to place 9 as alternate 2. All in favor? There's 2 for. All opposed? 1 opposed. Motion passes. Well, congratulations to take me back to those names. To Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Wise, and Mr. Malando. Malanondo. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Item 8C, discuss, consider, and act on ordinance to amend the City of Haslet Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 1, General Administration, Article 1.10, Boards and Commissions, to clarify that the Parks and Recreation Facilities, or the Park and Recreation Board, shall review and provide recommendations related to the proposed park facilities, playgrounds, athletic fields, and recreational amenities located on city-owned park property, regardless of funding source, with recommendations forwarded to City Council and/or HCEDC for consideration as applicable.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to take this item into executive to consult with the city attorney regarding some interpretation of ordinance verbiage.
I am searching, is there a city attorney issue here? What do you see?
We can go into executive session for them to ask any questions of me about this item. So if they have questions for requiring legal advice, we can do that. But again, any deliberation about the actual item should be done in public.
All right, we'll hold this item until we go into executive session. Eight D, discuss, consider, and act to authorize the purchase of lockers and beds for fire station from Legacy Lockers. Chief.
So this is, y'all approved this at budget it's 4 beds and 24 lockers. Currently, our volunteers, when they stay the night, they sleep on our recliners, they have rollaway beds, we have small lockers out in our hallway they utilize to store their stuff in when they're not there. With the addition being added on with the new training room, this will convert our existing training room into 4 more beds and lockers for the volunteers to give them adequate living spaces.
Do you have anything you want to show us?
Do you have the?
Do you have the, so you're asking for us to approve an agreement?
To approve the agreement with Legacy Lockers. They are the company that installed the lockers in the current bedrooms. So they will look similar. That's the bed and the lockers. These will look similar. They'll just be into a shared open space bunk room is what it'll be.
Do you have the agreement?
It is.
Is it a contract agreement or a purchase order or what?
Is the purchase order.
Very good. And it is in our budget. Yes, it is. It's under our budget. That is good. You've done a good job. Council. Can we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the purchase of lockers and beds for the fire station from Legacy Lockers as stated in the provided quote.
And say the last part again?
As stated in the...
Understood. Motion is made to authorize purchase of lockers and beds for the fire station from Legacy Lockers as stated, as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
8E, discuss, consider, and act on amending fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to include funding for the one-time purchase of laptop computer for each city council member, including required programming, cybersecurity protection, and safety measures, and direct city staff and information technology personnel to begin the procurement and setup process. And so, Ms. Wise, I believe you had this on here?
Correct. This is just to ensure we have the equipment we need to complete our job in a safe, secure manner. Richard, did you want to speak on this?
Well, excuse me. So let me ask the council, how many of you want a laptop computer?
I'm first going to have Mr. Richard speak on this.
I do, thank you, but I had a question.
But I had already directed Mr. Richard to
Thank you.
speak. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
I'm asking.
She is speaking.
This is my item, and I'm asking
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Richard.
But as the chair, I had a general question.
You don't have the right to interrupt me or my process or my presentation.
Well, I'm not interrupting, I just want
You are, I
clarification.
have asked Mr. Richard to speak on this, and this is a part of my presentation for this agenda item. Thank you. Mr. Richard.
Yes, it has been requested that City Council receive laptops. We have a quote from Dell, which is Dell DIR, so it's the state contract, and that is going to be right here. So this is for the purchase of 5 laptops for City Council members to use. And approximate total for those is going to be $7,980.45. I will tell you that computer prices change significantly and quick these days. So we did request that they honor this price. He said he will do what he can, but he cannot guarantee, when we go to purchase, we'll pull it. If you do approve it, I would approve for a little bit more. Okay?
Understood.
And then with that, there's the laptop setup as well as some licensing to go along with that. My recommendation is getting all the council members Microsoft 365 Business Premium licenses. This allows us to manage those devices through Microsoft's Intune mobile device management platform. Most of the city laptops are set up to join the city domain. Council laptops, I do not recommend this. I recommend they be completely separate, as we do not want them having access to city resources as it relates to servers and shares and such on the network. With that, we'll use the Intune to manage those mobile devices, as well as provide the Office licensing needed for Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and other applications that are applicable to council members. So with the setup, and then there is also as the managed service provider, there is an additional fee. So right now, council members are what we call a partial user or an email-only user. And we have certain cybersecurity software that goes along with a email-only user, as well as phishing software and email filtering software. When you introduce a device into that mix, there is additional software that needs to be installed on that device, such as antivirus for that laptop, endpoint detection and response, which is allows us to essentially monitor that device for intrusions or activity that we deem not necessary or destructive to that computer. We also introduce so the endpoint detection and response has a managed detection and response, where we have a security operations center that monitors that computer or activities happening on that computer 24/7. They alert if they see what we call lateral movement, meaning somebody gaining access to that system that shouldn't, and then moving laterally onto other machines. So with that, that takes y'all to what we consider a full user versus an email-only user by applying all those extra security measures.
So, Mr. Richard, how standard is this for other cities?
I will tell you, one of my other cities has their council members all have laptops. They are used with Intune and mobile device management, which also gives us the ability to wipe those devices in the event that it's lost or stolen, as long as it has an internet connection, if it never gets connected up. But I have other cities that are also introducing laptops for council members just to get work done. And essentially, when it comes to open records and documents and access to those computers, the city wants to control that.
While also minimizing the risk for us using our personal devices.
Very good. Well, the chair has a question. Council members here, so I'm assuming that Councilmember Wise, you want one. Councilmember Gilbert, would you want a laptop? Councilmember Pro Tem, would you want a laptop?
I was going to ask a question about, I like the idea of having an opt-in option for people that want one. I personally like the iPad. I don't know if that was explored, because they used to be able to provide iPads for council members. I don't know what that cost differentiation is, but I have a workable solution personally. I think an opt-in approach would meet individual needs of council personally.
Would you want the option to have an iPad in lieu of a laptop?
I'm not sure what the cost difference would be
Well,
between the two.
it would be less. An iPad would
Right,
be
but
less.
like-
Yeah, the device is less, but there is additional, when you're talking about an iPad, there's Apple Business Manager and being able to manage that. When you manage that with a mobile device management, essentially we control any application that you can install on that computer. It does give us some ability, but it doesn't give us the full ability that a computer would or a desktop computer to control the security of it.
So a laptop would be a more secure option?
A laptop would be a more secure option, correct?
And then also, when you mentioned Intune, is that the same as the iCompass?
No, that is completely separate. Intune is part of the Microsoft 365 suite, which y'all already use for your email right now.
Very good.
Gotcha. Okay, so yes, in answer to your question, no, Mayor Halsey, I would not want one, but I think an opt-in option or approach with the laptops could be a good option.
Richard, is that feasible?
Understood.
It is absolutely.
Councilmember Hort, would you want a laptop?
No, at this time, I've got a laptop that I use. And just for the record, I did reach out to Councilman Carruthers. I know he's not present, he's on vacation, but he indicated that he would not want one either. He uses his own personal computer at this time.
Okay, so at present, Councilmember Wise, you would like a laptop. So
I've already gone ahead
I
and
would consider that we take this as a consideration as this is individual purchase and understanding that you're, right to ask and fine. But we don't need to amend the budget for $13,000 for laptops. But if someone wants one, then that's fine. Request it.
If you guys don't care to have one, I've already gone ahead and purchased one. I just think for a volunteer position and what we need to do our job, the material should be covered. For me, I have the ability to cover it, but for future, it sets a precedent. But also for security purposes, I really do think, regardless of us having personal devices, we really shouldn't be using them. It is not best practice. So.
Are you requesting to be reimbursed for the laptop?
Nope, didn't say anything.
Okay.
Making a statement. Go ahead.
I do want to agree. I mean, we just recently got Duo, which is the two-factor authentication, which is good. And we also are required by TML to have cybersecurity training every year. And then with DataMax coming in, I think it's been a huge help, an extra layer of defense. So that's been good. And yeah, it's maybe something we revisit if it's needed in the future.
Richard, is this something like you would have a laptop and then say you get voted off council or you quit or whatever, we'd give it back to you, you'd wipe it clean, and then the next person gets elected, they would take it? Is that kind of, I'm guessing that's how it would work?
Yes, sir. So those come from Dell. We purchase them with a 5-year warranty, and that's about the life of a laptop these days, with technology changing the way it does. And yes, what we do is with that Intune mobile device management, we would essentially wipe it back to factory. The next person would sign in with their email account and be able to use it with the applications and such. It also gives you the ability to use the OneDrive and SharePoint and things that are part of city resources, though we do have to make sure we secure that to a particular group for council members.
Very good.
I guess I had one more question. What did happen to all the iPads? And I know there were also option of having city-issued phones. Are those just in a drawer somewhere?
There's been no request for them. It's just gone silent.
Gotcha.
There's no official action taken. No one has requested. This is the first request in several years for any kind of technology.
I know Councilmember Ricketts had a cell phone, so other than maybe him, no one's requested a phone or any type of
Correct.
iPad? Okay.
Correct.
I mean, I understand where Councilman Wise is coming from, because everybody needs access to electronic devices at some point to be able to properly do this position. I'm fortunate enough, I've got one I can use, so that's good, but, I mean, we all need to have the tools to do the job properly, so.
Very
I do
good.
like the idea of, hey, at some point, you do the opt-in, or, if you buy one. I don't need one right now, but who's to say, in a year from now, I might need one.
All right.
One second, I'm gonna add
yes.
to that. I mean, we're all good right now, so maybe we table this and talk about it at the budget. How do we feel about that?
Well, first I wanted to, do we have a motion on this? No. There's no motion. So let me
Yeah, I
have
say bring
a,
it back at the budget workshops, great idea.
let me have a motion on this. I need a motion on this item to dispose of it. Whatever your motion is.
All right, Mayor Halsey?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to not amend the fiscal year budget to include funding for a one-time purchase of a laptop.
Motion is made not to amend this fiscal year's budget to purchase laptops.
But I want to add, but to bring it to the budget workshop.
And that's your option. But this will be brought to the budget workshop.
Correct.
Is there a second?
I second this.
You second? All right, there is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous.
So I'd just say, so I think, so we're on board, you know, whoever's making notes for the budget workshop, make sure we've got this item on there. It's going to be a busy workshop.
Well, and before we go to item 8F, let's take a 5-minute recess. So we recess this open session at 8:14 p.m. If you meet me back here in 5 minutes, council. Okay, the warrant is expired.
It's already been expired. Just letting you know. The yellow one is good. But your Microsoft that you use.
We use it every day, all day. We use it every day, all day.
The only thing we can do is look at Apple or you can get them at a 2-year warranty. After that, they will not get anything.
So what's the issue? I mean, of course,
It's
it's
not,
fine.
it's not. If it happens to you,
I'm not,
I'm gonna tell you to
okay,
buy a
you
new
buy
one.
a new.
I'm gonna tell you to buy a new one.
It's all backed up every already, right?
It is. Well, as long as you're safe, one driver.
Well, I can not see. Y'all got that whole stuff. So, and also, everything, if that were to crap out, I got the other deal.
You got the depth. Just let me know, we cannot remove for years and purchase the surface central appraisal. It's too much. They're on that. But you do have the depth. You have the
That's fine.
and I just want to inform you. That's it.
All right, we'll resume the open session. It's 8:20 p.m. All the council members are present. I would like to jump ahead to item 8G. Discuss, consider, and act regarding community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and Triple T Farms for approximately 97.24 acres located on the northwest corner of John Day Road and Blue Mound Road. Mr. Page.
I'm sorry, did we skip 8F?
Yes, we did. I've jumped to 8G.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is for a piece of property that has been before you on a few different occasions. Previously, this property, this 97 acres, was within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction, meaning that it was not within our corporate boundaries, so that we had no control over zoning or any sort of development restrictions, except for under subdivision regulations. Back in 2023, they removed themselves from the ETJ, But since that time, they have remained within the city's CCN, meaning that we are the ones that are to provide them with water service. And so now that they are potentially ready for some sort of development on that property, they have requested us to, or requested service for that property, water service. And so this CFA is in relation to the construction of a water line facility. And so that's where most of the construction terms are in there. And so this is as required by our Code of Ordinances to enter into this facilities agreement. In addition to the water line improvements that are contemplated there, this also will approve, I believe, 5 driveway locations. Under our Code of Ordinances, we would have to approve the specifics of the driveways once we understand what type of development will be built there and what type of traffic impact there may be and what would be required for those driveways. But we are, as a part of this agreement, at least approving where those driveways have been, can be located at some point in the future when development occurs. So this was negotiated between the city and the owner, Triple T Farms. The mayor was involved, Mike Anderson was involved, Joe's been involved. So this has reached several of us, and so this is for city council's approval.
Council, do you have any questions?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Again, the plans and the CFA is very specific to the serving this property and the water line and their obligations with regard to the construction and responsibilities of that, and also to the location of the 5 driveways, not the construction. That's a separate topic, just the locations. Any questions?
I have a question, but it's not on this. I think the developers in the audience, I was wondering if I could ask them a question.
Yes, what's your question?
I was just wondering, on this 97 acres, I think I'm familiar with the site, but do y'all have an idea of what you might want to build? I know you don't have, I think you said there's nothing, concrete, but do you have any ideas that you can tell the public what might be coming potentially that y'all have been thinking about, just so we can kind of know?
I mean, that will be up to them if they'd like to divulge that, but that is not this agenda item. I need to, okay, please, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Clint Baker. I represent Triple T Farms. That's 1000 Texan Trail, Grapevine, 76051. I guess to answer that specific question, no specific plans at the time. I would put it all under mixed commercial. We've been approached by a daycare and Montessori school, a convenience store and neighborhood market there at the corner of Blue Mountain and John Day Road. There's a big market for small bay flex office space. And so we don't have any specific plans at this time. We understand that this water extension and any extension onto the site calls for additional city oversight and review, which is excellent. And so I don't know if that answers it specifically, but a lot of different options.
No, that was perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Mike, can you speak by chance? Sorry. Thank you. Mike, can you by chance speak to how this water extension also benefits Haslet as a whole and what we're trying to achieve?
It's all yours, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Richard, if you could pull up, let's look at those plans, if you don't mind. Should be maybe the first sheet, third sheet, maybe. That's good enough. So right now we have a 16-inch line that on the screen left, north end, there's a 16-inch line that currently dead ends there on John Day Road. We have a master planned looped line that needs to come up through here, and these folks are proposing to construct a good chunk of that line from where the 16-inch currently terminates down to approximately the corner there at Blue Mound Road and John Day Road. The city has a current budgeted project to extend water from 156 generally down Blue Mound Road over to this facility that's being proposed, and that'll allow us to move water over into the elevated storage tank off Avondale-Haslet Road. So this is a critical component of the water system master plan that these folks are proposing to put in for us.
Thank
That
you.
answer your question?
Mhm.
Very good. All right, council, may I have a motion, please?
I've got.
You got some
question for-
questions?
Yeah, I got a question for Jeremy, I guess. So I know this is in the ETJ and over here, and we're extending sewer and water over this addition based on all the legal stuff. When the developer goes to develop this, and I know he's here, is there any opportunity they would help do any kind of construction on John Day Road itself? Even though they're not obligated, I don't think, since it's ETJ, but when we do other subdivisions in our city limits, the subdivisions always chip in, to do portions of the roadway affected by their subdivisions. I'm just curious if that's something that's been approached with the developer or where we might stand with that.
So again, this is outside of the ETJ, so it's not even within the ETJ anymore, but it's within our CCN, meaning that is why we are going into this agreement, because we still have some sort of obligation to provide water service to them. And so as it comes to the development of it, we have very limited controls over what they end up building on that property. However, we do have in our ordinances that because those 5 driveways that are being proposed would go onto John Day Road, which is a city roadway within our corporate limits that we own ourselves in fee simple. We do have some sort of control over the construction and design of those driveways. Any further roadway improvements, that would have to be something that would be reviewed at a later time when we have a better understanding of what the development is going to be.
I'm going to help answer that question. I understand what he wants to know. So, this property is in the county. It's not even in our ETJ. They are not subject to any of that, of what you're speaking of. And I haven't met a developer yet that has an extra $2 million. If I meet one, I'll let you know. I don't know. That's just purely a guess. That road construction is probably more than that. Nonetheless, there is no obligation of this property owner, this development, to contribute to John Day Road. None. Now, I can paint a scenario, and it's just out of what Mr. Baker had just told us, if. Now, it's in the county. If they are approached by a commercial concern, whether it be a daycare or neighborhood market or whatever, chances are they might want sewer. The only way that the city can provide that enterprise sewer is that they annex into the city. In doing that, that entity or that concern, that enterprise, would be subject to part of the road construction. So it could be a piece-by-piece situation. But it could be completely developed, all 97 acres in the county. So there's it's everything from here's one extreme to the other.
I understand that, but as a city council and owning that road, we have a subdivision over there, Laterra, that's already complaining about that stretch of road, and to go and put any kind of development, neighborhood market, Montessori school, whatever it is going to compound to the traffic on that road. And we already know the intersection at John Day and Blue Mound is a complete mess, which we already asked Mr. Anderson to try to spearhead, move ahead, the lighting, the stoplights that's been proposed on the Blue Mound Road. So, you have to engage the developer, at least in talks about it. Yes, they're not obligated, but they need to understand they're going to contribute to a problem that we've already got. And to sit there and say, well, there's just no obligation to throw your hands up is not the right approach when we have developers. It is county, and we do appreciate development. A neighborhood market would be greatly appreciated in that section of town. So, it's something that just needs to keep the conversation up front at some point. So, developer, I mean, if you just think about it, you're under no obligation, obviously. But I think if there's some consideration along the lines, it would be greatly appreciated by the city.
Good. And does that answer your question? We all understand.
Well, I wanted to clarify, because so they
Yeah.
are only asking for water, correct? The sewer's not in the CFA.
Correct.
Okay, just, that's what I
Right.
thought, I just want to make sure.
But to clarify, you have to be in the city limits. You have to be annexed to receive sewer. Otherwise, they'll provide their own sewer through something as anaerobic systems or septic system or something of the like. Do I have a motion?
I'm going to take a shot at this. I make a motion to approve
The CFA
the CFA as
presented.
presented. Thank you.
Motion is made to approve the Community Facilities Agreement, the CFA, between the City of Haslet and Triple T Farms of the 97.241 acres. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Thank you, Triple T Farms. Let's go up to 8F. Discuss, consider, and act on a resolution authorizing the city administrator to execute a letter of concurrence to Alliance Corridor for requested foreign trade zone designation for certain premises within the city of Haslet. And Mr. Page.
All right. So just as background, a foreign trade zone essentially provides a tax benefit for, international businesses to hold their inventory in specific zones that are designated as foreign trade zones. The entirety of the city of Haslet, plus some area around it, is within the Alliance Foreign Trade Zone. And so the Hillwood is specifically asking for a few additional properties for the city's consent on tonight. The city has previously approved requests back in 2014, 2022, and 2025 for other warehouse facilities within the city limits. Again, these would add about 5 more that you can see in your packet. Yeah, they're highlighted, circled in red. And again, I know this was raised by at least one of the council members about any sort of impact on our fiscal or finances tax. And essentially, per Hillwood, this tax exemption already exists. So within the entirety of this foreign trade zone, this tax exemption already exists. But for these specific sites to get federal approval, they just need us to sign off on it as an administrative matter so that it can be formalized. And so again, this has previously been approved by council. There won't be any fiscal impact on the city, and we would just have the resolution or the letter signed off based off the resolution being considered tonight.
So do you have any questions, council, on foreign trade zones?
No, that was my question. I emailed Mr. Page earlier about this very topic, and that was my main concern, was looking at the financial impact to the city, because obviously, we have to look out for the vested interest of our tax base and where it's going. And my first thought was, okay, we're going to give away tax zone increments, but he said it's already out there basically. So there's no, and what he just stated, there's really no financial impacts that you foresee with this particular agenda item.
And essentially, the foreign trade zone is you're not taxed on your product within a 90-day period. You can hold it 90 days.
Yeah, for all imports and exports.
To exceed that 90 days, it becomes taxable. But this is a 90-day window, very specific to inland ports, or unique to them anyway.
Mr. Page, could you I guess I'm seeing this property circled in red, but could you describe what this graphic is? Is this?
Sure. So this was a graphic that was provided by Hillwood as part of their request. And so the full graphic, which I did not include in the resolution, incorporates the entirety of the foreign trade zone. They highlighted in yellow with the squiggly line to kind of include where Haslet is. However, I didn't think it was entirely clear, and so that's why I further marked it up to show which specific properties Hillwood is requesting our approval tonight. And those are the ones that are shown in red. So those industrial properties, which I believe are already developed or will be developed sometime in the future, those would be getting the formal designation for this foreign trade zone status.
Tony, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
I have a question. So this applies to the purple shaded areas and it has the circles around it very specifically.
Yes.
What do the rest of the purple shaded areas imply? We don't know. Does this, if you would scroll up to the top, so does this designate those areas inscribed by the circles? I don't see any.
It does. So under the resolution, that would be, let me pull it up. I believe because it's just saying the properties that are referenced, the premises that are identified in Exhibit A, if you go down to Section 1 of the resolution, it would just be those properties that are designated in Exhibit A.
Foreign trade zone
And that would
designation
be the
for
properties
premises.
circled in red. The other purple properties, I believe, are part of their Hillwood's request, but those fall outside of our jurisdiction, either because they're within our ETJ or they're simply outside of our ETJ or corporate limits. And so you see those other purple properties are either Haslet, ETJ, City of Fort Worth, or another jurisdiction entirely.
Okay,
And so those are not being considered tonight because we have no authority to approve those.
Go back to the top. Right, stop. I'm looking for the title up here on the graphic. The title on the graphic. There you go.
Yes.
Property circled in red. All right. Are they going to send that to Washington, D.C. just like that for the property circled in red?
It was clearer than what Hillwood sent to me. So that
Say that again?
It is a clear depiction of the properties than what Hillwood sent to me. Hillwood sent the entire map of it, and I don't believe that that is clear either. So this was a closer
And that's why I asked,
examination.
what does all the purple mean? Because the first go-round, when I opened this up, all I saw was purple. There were no red circles anywhere.
Yeah, I added the red circles
And-
when I put together the resolution.
So then that begs, okay, what does the purple area mean?
And so that's why I was saying the purple area are other parts of Hillwood's larger request that we don't have authority over.
Do they understand these are only for the circled areas? Have they seen this?
Joe, that would be a question for our city administrator.
Have they seen this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to be very clear that, because I had a concern about a very specific area that is in shaded purple, that I had spoke to Hillwood about 2 weeks ago. And someone intervened on this. Was that you, Mr. Page? And did not inform me of anything. Wasn't appreciated.
Is it one of the items that's circled or an item that's not circled?
There were no circles.
Right, so which purple spot are you referring to?
Down at the bottom, scroll up right there in the middle of the page. You see where it says Haslet ETJ
Correct.
in that purple area? Well, that is just immediately south of Caraway and Sweetgrass and butts right up to the vines. And my concern was the protection of those neighborhoods when you get this foreign trade zone designation, that just really elevates that property value and influences. Build a 1 million square foot warehouse on me, is what it's saying. And I had that concern, was communicating with Hillwood, and somehow all of this got waylaid. I don't appreciate that.
So it's not circled, so does that mean we're not approving that?
Well, that's why I'm asking Jeremy Page, what does purple mean? What does the purple mean? I see no definition on this map as such. So, with regard, excuse me, Mr. Page, excuse me, Mr. Page. So with regard to finish, my concern is if you see that city limit line, that horizontal just underneath ETJ, that corresponds with Harmon Road and Lacey Lane. And to keep going all the way out to that city limit line would be, is to that property immediately adjacent to the south side of Blue Mound Road, exclude it. Because if that were there, all of that's ETJ, someone can come in and build a 1 million square foot warehouse. They're not really subject to anything. In fact, some of those properties have withdrawn from our ETJ. And we would have no right to limit the semi-truck traffic on Blue Mound Road, because they would have that access to and from by right, according to the transportation code. So that's why I was being very clear and explicit to my communication with Hillwood, but just got waylaid, and I guess that just fell off the cliff.
Yeah,
no one had concern about that. No one bothered to talk to the mayor. What about that, Mr. Page?
So again, to answer your question, the purple area is defined in the map as the ASF area, where Alliance is, which is Hillwood, is actively pursuing and securing letters of no objection from their local taxing jurisdictions. And so that, again, like I mentioned, is for the full map shows several areas that are outside of our jurisdiction. And so the Exhibit A that I included in the resolution only points out those that we are approving tonight, because those are the only ones that are within our jurisdiction. Again, the larger map that Hillwood sent us goes all the way up past further north than the Speedway and goes almost all the way south to downtown Fort Worth. And so I did not feel like that would be a helpful graphic for the city council when determining which properties are actually subject to the resolution that the council is considering tonight, because that all, for the most part, is not within our jurisdiction.
But really quick, that land is the landmark land, and that is inside Haslet. That is under our purview, is it not?
No, it's ETJ.
Well, I know it's ETJ, but for this, would we not still be considering it?
Because again, this is for the taxing jurisdiction. We don't have any ability to tax properties within our ETJ.
So there's no way to stop this.
Excuse me, the chair has a question to help clarify this, since I was involved in this from the very beginning, is that I would ask the council to table this to the next agenda item. And Hillwood's not in a rush. It won't hurt them. They'll understand. And let me clarify explicitly these concerns. The last thing you want is several 1 million square foot warehouses full of trucks on Blue Mound Road.
Did you mean next city council meeting, not next agenda item?
Next city council meeting.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
Well,
sir.
before we do that, because this is our time to speak with the public, I guess, is there anything we can even do to stop this? Because from what it sounded like...
Yes, well, that's, and if you would, ask me, yes, there is. I was involved more than Mr. Page. Yes, there is. If you would table this, I can get written clarification from Hillwood.
Okay, I understand you speaking to Hillwood, but what leg do we have to stand on legally is what I'm asking. Because you were saying that this is something they already have, correct?
It would approve it or deny it.
Can
And
I?
again, our approval or denial is only for the properties within our jurisdiction. And so if somebody wanted to build a large industrial property within our ETJ, there's, again, to the point about the 97 acres from the last item, it's outside of our zoning jurisdiction. And so again, there's limited controls over it. But again, if we want to table this to the next meeting, to allow the mayor to try to negotiate some better terms with Hillwood, I mean, that's certainly your call as well.
That would be a safe and confident
Can we
approach.
scroll up really quick? Something also to consider, I mean, I'm not sure what kind of impact we can have. I'm still not quite sure on that, but the land that we have denied several times as a city council for an industrial building, I'm sorry, one time for city council, one time for P&Z. Sorry for my correction. That land is on here. So I know we're kind of waiting to move forward with certain zoning approvals until we relook at our future land map use plan. So maybe this
And
is.
so again, the blue area, if you're talking about an area within blue, they're
no.
identifying that as an area where they've already received a letter of no objection from
No,
the
this
local
is the
taxing.
pink in the northeast corner.
Oh.
It's the land off of Harmon and Westport Parkway. It's come before the council and P&Z, so it's just something for council to also think about. So,
So the property that's just north of Sweetgrass, north of Caraway, that new one that just got built, I see that one pops out at me like with sore thumb. So that one could be, I mean, that's been sitting vacant for months now, and I don't know if they've got somebody moving in, but that doesn't seem good that that's right there by a neighbor, Caraway. I guess that's kind of disturbing to me that it's right there. And some of the other ones are not around neighborhoods, they're kind of over by the warehouses and all that, but like this one right here is kind of alarming.
Which one are you speaking to?
the warehouses that are already built on Caraway,
Just
I mean,
north of
what
Caraway.
else can we do? The warehouses are built, the trucks are gonna come.
Right, but it's gonna be that foreign trade on this stuff. Right there. Yes.
That's going to be a hospital.
No,
Oh,
that's
no,
to the
excuse me,
east.
there's 3 warehouses there now.
Yes.
Stream
Yes.
Realty.
And that's there, and I wish there was something it would have done many years ago, but.
Well, it's warehouses right now. It's going to be warehouses, I know
Right,
that. But I'm
so
saying
it
like
would be
it's
giving
circled
them
for
that
the foreign
free port
trade.
zone.
So
Yeah.
what does that mean for for this Caraway that's right there? I mean, that.
It's not going to cause
Jeremy, can
any
you
more
explain
additional
more
issue than what exists now.
Yeah, so it doesn't change zoning, it doesn't change the uses allowed on the property. It simply would give a formal approval over the foreign trade zone designation, which would exempt exports and imports, like the mayor said, for up to 90 days from taxation from the city, which again, the exemption already exists under law. This would just this is per Hillwood a check mark so that they would be able to fill those warehouses with end users so that it would become a more attractive property. Again, I don't represent Hillwood. I'm certainly not arguing on their behalf, but that would be what their argument is, the benefit for this.
How long did you say this foreign trade zone thing is for?
I don't know that.
Oh, this is not like a once a year thing, or is this like
No,
5
no,
years?
it's
forever.
I don't want to say it's permanent, but this is not something that I've ever seen for reapplications, but so I don't know that.
I have not ever seen a time period on it. So I think once it's applied, it would exist for all time. At least take that as the baseline.
So you're saying it's just a check mark, so the only thing we can do is try to talk to Hillwood and get them to change their mind, correct?
I think the mayor's intent would be to talk to Hillwood to see if they can remove the undeveloped property in the ETJ along Blue Mountain Road from that designation.
Well, one is the mayor wants to talk to Hillwood to get confirmation of what we're looking at.
Okay.
But also on behalf of those citizens in that location as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And I've already started that subject with them 2 weeks ago, awaiting a response, but this got hijacked.
We can all work together to make sure that we're doing the best for
Yes.
the citizens. Okay, I'd like to make a motion
Yes.
to table Resolution XXX 2026, authorizing the city administrator to execute a letter of concurrence to Alliance Corridor, Inc. for requested foreign trade zone designation for certain premises within the city of Haslet to be untabled at the June 15th meeting.
And we're tabling to the next meeting,
June
which is
15th, city council
June
meeting.
15th. Motion is made to table this resolution to June 15th to give opportunity for further inquiry and definition of this. Did I essentially get that correct? Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that, and I've got a question too.
Please, go ahead.
So in regards to the Haslet ETJ section that's on the south part of the map that's not circled, where we were discussing off Blue Mountain. What
Yes.
I'd like to know legally, one, we already know if the property owners want, they can obviously submit the letter and just remove that section of ground if they own it out of ETJ. And then if they get this free trade zone for their property, say along Blue Mountain specifically, based on what the mayor says to, I guess, local government code or transportation code, Blue Mountain Road is fully in the city limits of Haslet, I believe. What would be the impact of us controlling truck traffic on Blue Mountain Road? So if we could just get that, Jeremy, if you could specifically spell out for our next meeting what the law states, what the law allows for our control of Blue Mountain Road, if it were to go into a FTZ.
I can.
I would like Mr. Page to just
Well,
have
Jeremy,
that ready for the
Mr.
next
Page
council
will
meeting.
do that, and
Thank you.
I'll answer that as well now.
Well,
It's in-
I'll let our attorney address that.
Oh, very good, and he will. He'll provide you a full report next meeting.
That's what I'm expecting. It's what we're paying for.
The transportation
Thank you,
code
Jeremy.
requires that it has to do with property access. Blue Mountain Road is the only road with access to that property, and it's as simple as that. And Mr. Page will provide you a full report, the transportation code, and I got the section for you.
Also, when you engage with Hillwood, can we request that you include the city administrator since you're working on behalf of the city's interests?
I'll engage with Hillwood, and if I need the city administrator's assistance, I'll ask.
I'm asking you as council to include him in the conversations in any meetings. This just.
Is that part of the motion?
I did say that in my motion, city administrator.
Say that again?
I did say the two words, city administrator, in my
You
motion.
said to table that.
Correct.
Okay. And there is a second. Mr. Hort? Yes. You seconded. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Councilmember Wise, are you saying
Excuse
you'd like
me.
me to amend my motion to reflect that in my
Yeah, I would like
motion?
the city administrator to be included in any meetings or conversations that are on the city's.
Yes,
interest.
I would amend my motion to include that verbiage.
And to include that the mayor include the city administrator in these discussions.
Yes, please.
Understood. All right, does the second concur?
I will second that.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. 8I, discuss, consider, and act regarding directing city engineer to begin preliminary engineering and 30% design for the phased widening of Blue Mountain Road continuing.
I think we skipped 8H, unless you wanted to
Oh, we did.
skip it.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Yes, we did. 8H, discuss, consider, act on a resolution to amend the project for the Haslet Community Economic Development Corporation, BEHCEDC Board, for the replacement of playground equipment and safety fall zone coverings at Community Park. Now, Mr. Swanky?
Yes, sir. Mayor Holsey and members of the council, I just want to make a few opening remarks on this prior to your discussion. At the May 20th HCEDC Board meeting, they discussed park playground equipment to a great extent. And their recommendation on the item that you see before you tonight, a resolution, is to go with Child's Play and Burke Incorporated to install and the equipment, and increase their budget from $500,000 to $300,000 as part of an amendment of their budget to cover all the cost of this. And they also, in the resolution, it only includes Community Park and not Mansfield's Park at this time. So they're asking for two things: additional funding, and then if you approve it, after 60 days after publication, they will hold a public hearing to act on it, and then it'll come back to the council.
Very good. Well, the chair has a couple of comments with regard to this item. So in this is go to the resolution, okay, and scroll up a little bit, hold up, scroll up, go to, or the bottom of the page. There you go, scroll down. All right, hold on. So in here is, and scroll down again a little bit more. Very good. Is in here, it is specifying specific equipment. And it is specifying who is going to install it. There's a fundamental problem here, and it was expressed earlier in a comment section. Council members, in light of the agenda items this evening, please note the Park Board is in the process of reviewing but not have decided on the playground equipment or installer at this time. This resolution is usurping the Park Board's job. That's a problem. It is not HCEDC's job to go tell the Park Board, here's what you're going to get, and here's what we'll pay for. The process is, the Park Board is an advisory body to the City Council. The Park Board identifies that. The Park Board makes a suggestion to the City Council. Here is the product, and then Public Works would go out to bid, identifying these things, receive those things, and remember, see, that's the city doing that. EDC is not the city. So then Public Works would receive those bids. They're the shepherds of that. They maintain that. And then identifying how much. Then from there, with regard to the budget, do we have the funds or not? And could this be an item that EDC's A or B could fund? Then the City Council makes that, not individuals going to EDC, but the body makes that decision and inquires as a body to the EDC as a body, not to individuals in the EDC, to make that funding. So this is usurping lots of things. I would recommend that you wait and give due respect to the Park Board. Let them, that's their job, is to make recommendation as to what equipment that they see fit. Now, I'll tell you, Councilman Hort and Mayor Pro Tem, you've been on the Park Board a long time. That park out there is fantastic. I get lots of compliments from the many visitors that come. I make an effort to go out there regularly. And all the other, I'll say, officials that we have invited over the years, they go out of their way to compliment that park. There's a certain air about it. It's open. They got the right amenities out there, but it's not crowded. There's nothing gaudy. You know, it's hard when you're on the inside to realize what a gem that you have, and you do. But the park board got us there on that. Let the park board do their job. I
I'd
would
like to take
turn
a
this
minute on-
resolution down.
On this first off, and if the council wants to censor me on this, have at it. But I am going to apologize to the park board right off the bat. I'm going to apologize to the EDC board. Where this started was I got this ball rolling last year. In fact, I just looked it up, August 19th, 2025. I got Mr. Gilbert and his sons, and we drove down to Nance. We looked at the playground equipment there. We went over to Community Park. We looked at the playground. The holes underneath there and the wood chips, his son could almost stand underneath the swing sets. Prior to that, Ms. Wirtz with EDC had constantly sent out emails, hey, is there any projects we could fund? Any project we could fund? This is where I messed up, and I took the idea to EDC first. And that's on me. So I'm here today to apologize to the park board for doing that. Second part is, we looked at Nance Field, and we looked at Community Park. And I don't know who went back and looked. Maybe the playground equipment in Nance Field, maybe it's a little bit newer, but it needed to be replaced. And then when I saw what this project morphed into, I was amazed. Now, don't get me wrong. What you guys did, the work put in by EDC members, the countless hours you did, it's greatly appreciated. There's no doubt. And I understand, I've got plenty of emails, talked to plenty of you. But we went from trying to replace basically 3 pieces of equipment in 2 different parks to a master design. Huge. I mean, almost $800,000. That was never my intention on what I did. So here again, shame on me for going around the map, because I've been beating the drum for a year that we got to get the park board back to managing the parks. That's their job. Look at the parks, bring this together, bring ideas together. And if you want a case study on how this should work, go look at the basketball court. We've got a very nice cover over that basketball court. Park board looked at that court when it was installed. They decided we needed a cover on it. And I will give my wife credit for putting the presentation together, taking it to EDC and say, here's the project we need funded. And they funded it. And we got a great cover that's used practically for every event we put on now. That's the way this process should work. So, as the mayor mentioned, I think we owe the park board their due diligence to meet and come to their consensus so we can hear what they have to say on the equipment, regardless of what it is. And I will tell you, my wife has spent probably as many hours online, not out doing case studies with individuals, but online. And she is all about trying to provide as much ADA equipment as possible. I know we have the equipment down in Gamble Park. Maybe we don't need it to the full extent the playground is in Gamble Park, but we need to make sure whatever is installed in Community Park has access for any individual that wants to play on that equipment. So I just leave it, I really believe we owe it to our Parks Board to let them review it so they can bring their recommendation as a group back to the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Hort. And one thing I'm going to include, and I will say to the HCEDC, and I've seen this happen over the last 2 years, these projects are not for HCEDC to go define and contact the companies and monitor the engineering plans and overlook construction. That's not it. EDCs, Economic Development Corporations, Type A and Type B. You are a funding resource. That's where it ends.
Mayor Halsey.
And
Mayor Halsey.
Really?
Oh.
Excuse me. Excuse, you're out of order, Ms. Wertz. Ms. Wertz.
Really quick, I think for all of council, we all want a park for the kids. And I think that's just important to note. No one, I don't know, I guess I can't speak for everyone, but I don't think anyone is saying no one wants a park.
No one's saying that,
I
is
know,
that?
I know. I'm saying I do see issue with, regardless of how this started, and I'm so glad you started the process, things definitely went wrong. At the point when the HCEDC board decided that they wanted to make this a bigger project than it was, it should have come back to council, period. You guys were given a budget, and I feel like we've done the city a disservice by not even trying to see what parks would offer in that budget. The fact that we didn't even go through, and I know you're not required to go through a formal RFQ process, but those are there for a reason. They protect the city, they provide transparency, and it does competitive bidding. That's why they're there. I just think if we had wanted to de-scope, or the HCEDC wanted to de-scope, or the park board wanted to de-scope, also Nance Field, that also should have come back. I just feel like a lot of decisions were made and a lot of things were moved forward without talking to council.
Yep.
Go ahead.
The budget was for 500,000, and on the park committee, we had a budget for 500.
Mm-hmm.
We had people that brought in playgrounds for right around 500.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were looking at those, and for some of the other stuff that was wanting, that's the reason why it got raised up. It was not the EDC, it was the park committee that brought that up.
The subcommittee between.
The subcommittee, which was both,
Which was both,
HCEDC
but
and
for
park.
blaming the EDC on that, I don't think is right, because there's also park members that also wanted to raise it up.
Okay,
to raise-
semantics, either
So-
board.
Well, I'm just saying, you keep saying it's the EDC's fault for raising it up. It was the park committee, the subcommittee, that the Parks Board members and the EDC both agreed to raise it up. And the 500,000 for both, that was the plan in the original, that was hold on. That was the plan in the original that we talked about months ago. After working with Mike Anderson on in his group, on the master plan for the Nance Fields, we talked about that it would be best to not design the Nance right now. Those playground needs to be replaced. But in our master plan, that playground might get moved. And so we talked about putting all of our eggs in our basket and putting that money towards the community park. And then once the master plan, everything got finally approved and all that for the Nance, then we would do a park from there, maybe a year or so from now.
Council made that decision for the
No,
Nanceville park?
Excuse me.
That we did not make that.
Yeah.
We did not make that.
I know, but you're not, okay,
I'm
Robert's
just-
Rule of
I'm-
Order, you address the question to the chair. This is all-inclusive conversation, not between two members.
I was just clarifying
Yes.
what she said a while ago, and I was clarifying what Mr. Horak said
And
a while
I
ago.
had, and thank you, I just had a question with that when you finish.
Okay, to finish, well, did you finish?
No,
Because I
I
didn't
got
either.
interrupted.
So, I mean, we both were talking. Where do you want to go?
So these conversations that you have, are they between individuals? Because they were never held in this city council meeting.
The conversation I had, I was part of the park committee, and so that's the reason why I was
Park
clarifying
committee.
the park subcommittee,
Okay.
and I was clarifying that I got asked to be on, and I was in those meetings.
But y'all decided to do X, Y, Z.
Okay, and so to go back to my point and what I was saying, regardless of semantics, the reason why I specifically state HCEDC, because in their meetings, the HCEDC board president literally said that more funds would be made available. So that's why I'm saying that, because she stated that. But regardless of what was discussed in the committee, whether it be the Parks Board, HCEDC, or yourself, it never came back to council. Council never agreed. You cannot speak for the council in that committee, and we did not, as council, agree to remove that park or to start going to get bids for an increased amount. So it's doing a disservice to everyone, to people in the city, to the bidders, because now they've done all this work for a park that the city hasn't said we're willing to spend that type of expense. So it's just, we're out of scope, we're out of budget.
It's okay, Mayor
Very
Halsey.
well put.
Mayor Halsey.
Yes.
So I did go back and look. At the November Parks Board meeting, it only had Community Park Playground. It didn't have Nance. So that's been since November that Nance has not been on the docket. I also want to really thank the EDC for all their hard work, and I agree, I probably say it too much, but I was on the Parks Board for 18 years. I'm very proud of that. We did a lot of good things, and I'm going to go back to giving an analogy. If I'm teaching something and I give a test and all my kids fail it, I don't yell at the kids. I say, what did I do as a teacher that didn't teach them correctly? So I think education, workshop, people knowing what their roles are, they haven't known in 2 years. They haven't been able to set their own agenda. The Parks Board couldn't put anything on, EDC couldn't put anything on. So for it to get messed up, I think shows an error in leadership that we did do it backwards. It went from council to EDC to the Parks Board, and it should have went from the Parks Board to EDC to the council. And in response to the monies being come for additional funds, isn't that what we're doing right now? That was just, so that's not something that was decided. It was, EDC took it back, they voted on it as a board. It was, I believe it was unanimous, so we're just getting that at this point. And I am 100% for a park. I know that needs to be replaced. If I break down the $800,000 over 20 years, $40,000 a year is a great investment in our children and our futures, and so it's something that I am definitely for. It's unfortunate the Parks Board didn't get to finish their meeting and give a recommendation for tonight's meeting, but I know their next meeting, I believe their next meeting is June 10th, and they can come back and we can just table it to our next meeting on the 15th and hopefully have a resolution, because I think this is salvageable for our kids and our community, and we got to remember that's who this is about, not individuals.
That's correct, and very well put, both of you.
May I speak
But
first?
except with the exception of leadership, I have tried to work with both Park Board as well as the ACDC, but they got a mind of their own.
May I speak
We
just
can
for a
work
moment?
together.
Excuse
again.
me?
We can try again.
Excuse me? But the important thing is not to usurp another board's job. Let that process take its course. Over the many years, it's done a fine job.
May I speak?
And who had a question? Who had a comment?
Me.
Yes, ma'am.
So first, I do want to state that this goes actually to what Councilwoman Ms. Morrow was saying, which is that we did not clearly define, because technically the HCEDC is within their right to not include them. That's why I do think it's part of leadership that we need to correct this issue. You were stating they're coming back to ask for money now. In business, you don't go and bid out, which the city is a business. You don't go and bid to a budget that has not been approved. At the point where the committee decided to move from bidding to $500,000 to going outside of that scope, which I think the park is beautiful, but there was a choice made to start doing items in the scope that were way over our budget. It's just not within our means or what we at least have approved to this time.
That
I
process is
understand.
a little different in this situation when you involve EDCs.
Yes.
The primary issue here is the EDC is specifying the equipment to be used and who's going to install it without giving any regard to the park board.
They
Excuse me.
met last meeting, and they just weren't able to finish their meeting between A and C. So they did
Say it
go-
again.
The Parks Board did meet and discuss A or C, and they didn't get to finish their conversation. So the EDC did go to them at that time. But I also understand that they,
But the park board has not made a recommendation
correct,
yet.
because their meeting was canceled due to bad weather.
Okay, but the fact is, they have not made a
but it-
recommendation, and this resolution's been put forth prematurely.
That is your opinion.
That's a fact. So, may we get a
One other
motion?
comment, because I don't want people are going to go away one way or the other. But the subcommittee did do the type of due diligence, for the most part, that we would expect a committee to go and do. There was a lot of legwork done, a lot of, interviewing kids. You got to give them credit for that. We just need, we got to reverse the roles, get it back. We need Park Board to bring their decision back. Like Councilman Morrow said, they did try to meet last week or the week before, had a power outage, had stopped our meeting prematurely. But we still owe it to them to bring their resolution, their information back, as EDC did. EDC has what they want to bring back, so we need to hear the other side of the story.
Good, so, and to, the park board will bring it back to the governing body. And the governing body will take it and look at its, and they can take it from there. Then the governing body would approach, as a body, the HCEDC body or type A body. We approach the bodies, not as individuals.
So
that is the proper way to do it.
So tonight,
Please.
Can we vote on the $300,000, what they're asking, the increase, and not the people that they're asking for? Is that, or is it?
Okay, we're making an amendment to the budget
No,
for
Jeremy's trying to answer.
a project, so the answer is no.
Yeah, so the HCEDC has adopted an amended project, and part of that project lists the specific vendors, and so either we vote it up or down or send it back to them, but we can't amend their project for them by taking out that part of it. That would have to go back to HCEDC for them to change, modify as they deem fit, and then send it back to the city council for our approval.
Can I have one final
Yes, ma'am.
comment? So an additional item to consider is that the HCEDC is supposed to stimulate economic development, growth in the community. And I have a concern when we're replacing a park that is already there, how much this $800,000 investment is going to stimulate for future growth. Do you think it's great for our children? But with the traffic issue, you know, of just getting there, how can we really see a return on this investment? So I kind of wanted to ask or prompt and see if the HCEDC would consider discussing pretty much $1 million for, or to look into contributing $1 million towards transportation. Jeremy, could you help me kind of?
Let me address that. I know that code very well, unless you, do you know it very well?
They don't do roads.
So with regard to
Can't do
roads
roads. I
and
spoke with
infrastructure, you know, water and sewer lines, yes, you can do that as long as it's related to a sports facility. You just, that's why
There's limitations on when
Yes.
you can't
HCEDC
just
funds
go
can be used.
do water lines or roads.
Correct. That's why
And so I think Councilmember Wise is wanting HCEDC to review and look to see whether and to what extent they could use their funds to help the transportation issues in Haslet.
correct. Just asking them to consider that as well.
But they'll need guidance in
Yes, they-
what,
From their attorney, who is a
Correct.
separate firm than mine, so.
and it is in the local government code.
But the HCEDC cannot repair Blue Mound. They cannot repair Haslet Park.
No
They
one's-
repair if there's
That's
a
right.
business, what?
You're correct.
Correct.
If there's a business that wants to go on Squaws Road and that they need to fix that small section, they can do that. So taking $1 million, what she's wanting is they're going to repair Blue Mound and replace those streets. That's not what they do.
I'm
That's
asking them
correct.
to
You're
consider.
100% correct.
Well, so right now, they can't repair these streets around town that need fixing.
No one said that. I'm not
Well-
saying that. I'm asking them to consider what they could do to help with transportation related to a project. That's what I'm saying.
Very good. All right. Could we have a motion on this? I would suggest to just decline the resolution.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to table this resolution for an amended project of the Haslet Community Economic Development Corporation B for the replacement of playground equipment and safety fall zone coverings at Community Park to our June 15th City Council meeting.
All right. Motion is to table this resolution until the June, was that 15th you said?
Yes.
June 15th City Council meeting. Is there a second?
I second that.
All in favor? You're okay. It's unanimous. Thank you, council. 8I, discuss, consider, and act regarding directing the city engineer to begin preliminary engineering and 30% design for the phased widening of Blue Mound Road, continuing from the existing terminus from John Day Road to Harmon Road into a 4-lane roadway with a raised medium and turn lanes, including preliminary right-of-way and utility investigation, utilizing available sweetgrass Blue Mound Road escrow funds, with the design intended to support a phased approach of intersection improvements, first followed by roadway connections to help reduce congestion and improve traffic flow along the corridor. Who wrote this?
Me.
Would you explain what you're asking?
Yes, sure. So this is regarding Blue Mound Road. We have the $660,000 in escrow and sweetgrass. I think that was actually identified, maybe incorrect, but by Kitty Wirtz at a previous council meeting. These funds are set to expire here in about 5 years. I'm asking that council start utilizing those funds to develop a design so that we can then go to our partners, TxDOT, Tarrant County, all of them, with a design and with a plan to move forward and start asking them if they're willing to contribute and work with us. I think right now, our concept is outdated, but also the further we are in the design process and ready to move dirt, the more willing partners are going to be. And we have those funds. It's not going to cost the city any money. It's use it or lose it, and we're running out of time to use it. So I'm thinking that this is in the city's best interest. Mike, did you have anything to add to this?
I would like to, one, I know that we have design documents for 4-lane, at least it was conceptual, and I'm going, first off, I would ask, what is the motivation to go to 30% design? The normal course of a project like this is to go to, you have conceptual, then go to a preliminary engineering, or schematic, rather. Schematic level is the definition level you need to do a probable cost engineering estimate.
The plan is to take it as far as possible because we have the $660,000. The 30% is a start, but.
Well, that's not probably the best thing to do, and we would talk about that.
Why would that not be the best thing to do?
Is to, there are a number of projects around here, but to go to a 30% design and I don't know that accomplishes anything, but let's let Mr. Anderson comment to the 30% design and the rest of this.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
1 second, Mr.
Yes,
Anderson.
ma'am.
Just a reminder that $660,000 can only be used on Blue Mound, and it's
Yes.
use it or lose it.
Yes,
And to
ma'am.
clarify, it's Blue Mound East, correct? Not west?
Right. It would be hard pressed to explain to the Sweetgrass developer and the Caraway developer, we used your money on near John Day Road.
That's why I want to clarify that as well.
But
Okay.
you're correct. Absolutely. We have to use it in that area.
Yeah, I'll listen to your, I'm interested in what you got to say. But didn't we just talked about Blue Mound to John Day Road a few meetings ago.
Now, we have 3 projects in front of the county right now. We should be in receipt of very soon that go to these very specific issues.
Yeah, that's why I want the stoplight first.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Let's go to the overview exhibit. Please. Okay, so I think this is the scope of of the agenda item before us this evening. East to west, John Day Road over to Harmon Road. We have done 2 different conceptual layouts for this road. One of them was a 4-lane divided roadway. The other one was a 3-lane undivided roadway. Both segments of Blue Mountain Road West out to John Day are both alternatives that we looked at. We required those to be 4-lane divided. Yes, sir.
The Blue Mountain Road West section is all four lanes divided.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you got that done.
I understand. Can we let him finish before we comment?
So we.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. You're not my assistant as the chair.
Wow.
No, I'm your councilwoman. I'm your
Yes,
counterpart.
yes, you are.
I'm asking that you let him finish the presentation that I've asked him to give.
Thank you very much. The chair can ask questions.
Let
Thank
him-
you.
I'm asking that you let him finish speaking.
If I have a question and I deem it's appropriate for clarification, not just for myself, but for the audience, then I will ask. Thank you.
And I'm asking that you let him speak. Go ahead.
Go ahead and speak.
Okay, so just to recap, back in 2022, I believe it was, the CFA, maybe in 2021, I don't have my notes in front of me here. The CFA for Phase 1A and 1C were approved for Sweetgrass addition in lieu of constructing 2 lanes of pavement for an undetermined roadway section at the time. It was agreed that they would put into escrow $600,000+ for engineering and studies necessary for Blue Mountain Road East. Okay, those funds have been used since 2021, 2022, whenever they were deposited with the city, for a myriad of studies, hydraulic studies, traffic studies, corridor studies, as well as the preparation of 2 different alternatives, conceptual alternatives from Harmon Road to 156. Okay. We also produced 2 different cost estimates. I believe those were all done in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, and presented to the council at that time. I think what Ms. Wise is asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're trying to take what we have from the conceptual side of things, take the 2 or 3 individual looks that we've had at the major hydraulic areas as it relates to major drainage structures, incorporate the reworked intersection of Harmon Road at Blue Mountain Road that's currently under design as part of the Ironwood project, and take the conceptual plan and try to turn it into a 30% plan or a schematic plan, like the mayor stated. That's, you kind of use those terms synonymously. We have not done any work on the horizontal or vertical curvature for the roadway. We've come up with several different design cross-sections. If you recall, the traffic study that was done last fall recommended interim and ultimate intersection improvements at the various intersections along the corridor. So those have been modeled, right? We know there needs to be a turn lane. We know how long the turn lane needs to be. But those haven't been incorporated into the conceptual layout that was done in 2024. We've done some work on the preliminary drainage. Those were just individual looks. Those need to be incorporated into the project schematic. We have not done a full utility investigation along the corridor. City of Fort Worth has reached out to us asking for a coordination meeting for one of their large diameter pipelines that we're trying to facilitate. So, the time is of the essence to try to get this corridor identified from a utility programming standpoint. If you recall the bridge that came in on Blue Mountain Road West late last fall, and we got the schematic for that in January. So all those things would need to be taken into account in this 30% look. The right-of-way impacts, there's right-of-way impacts. Right now, the thoroughfare plan calls for 110 foot of right-of-way. The thoroughfare plan calls for a 3-lane undivided roadway from 156 out east. We would just need to go through, corroborate that, make sure that's, what we're being asked to do here does not line up with the thoroughfare plans. We just need to have that discussion. We'd have to go back, review the study that was done, which basically shows a 3-lane undivided roadway would work from a vehicular capacity standpoint up to the point at which the I-35 corridor develops in accordance with your future land use plan. Right now, you show that as a commercial. If that develops in that according to the future land use plan, then the 3-lane undivided roadway runs out of capacity. So those are all things that need to be discussed and considered as we move into the selection of a roadway footprint and cross-section for the corridor. Design speed, I said horizontal and vertical curvature. What else do we need out there? Super elevation, there's a hill out there. There are some super elevated curves that would need to be looked at. Several instances of sight distance that would need to be looked at. If I remember correctly, from one end to the other, this is a $55 million project. So it's a very large project. I don't know what the surveying alone would be on something like this, but I think we have enough information through the available 2-foot contours that we have from COG, as well as various intersection locations that we've had detailed survey on, to not necessarily worry about the surveying and the production of the 30% schematic. We can use what we have. We would just need to go back and try to understand the ask, understand what we've got put together, and then put together an estimate for what it would take. We also need to go back and fully understand what's been spent out of the $660,000 that was contributed by the developer. We had 2 or 3 different projects along the way that we've billed to the city to develop what we've got to date, so kind of an understanding of what would be left, and then what it would take to get the 30% schematic done.
So, okay, a 30% schematic.
Correct.
All right.
So just to clarify, for the reason why I'm requesting that Blue Mound be considered for the 4-way instead of the 3, I'm pretty sure any of us that have driven, if there's people from Sweetgrass Caraway, Blue Mound backs up all the way to past the vines, up the hill. It's bad, and it's also dangerous because of that lack of visual over the hill when it starts backing up towards the top. I personally do not think that 3 lanes is enough. I really think it needs to be the 4-lane with a median divided across, especially with the consideration that Davis High School is opening in 1 year, and that is going to take all of traffic and send it that way across town and then that way coming home. So we're about to increase traffic significantly down this road for that high school. So that's just part of the consideration and why I called out that 4-lane instead of the 3-lane that's on the current thoroughfare plan. So just for
I thought
council.
4-lane was discussed when you came in and gave the road update.
We did. We
Yeah.
looked at it. There's a threshold where the 3-lane will work from a pure capacity standpoint, provided all the recommended intersection improvements are done.
And then we brought up NISD, possible schools, more than just the high school, possibly. I did have 2 questions. So one, you're not sure how much is in the escrow account currently?
I don't know right
So we need
offhand.
to find, that's
have to
something
go-
we need to find
Yes, ma'am.
out. And then secondly, if you scroll, or I guess I have a question, is Glen Eagles Street coming out of North Glen?
Where's that at?
It's I think in the next 2, if you go down or up or whatever it is, 1 more maybe? No, keep going.
No, I think that's it, isn't it?
Is that
oh.
coming from North Glen?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, I was just double checking that.
that's brand new.
That's what I
Hadn't even made
thought.
the aerials yet.
And then will we have to do, you mentioned, do we have to do traffic impact analysis still, or that?
No, we've
Okay.
got that done. And that's,
That's finished.
we've done we've been working on this in little bits and pieces since 2022. It's really going back, trying to assemble what we have in addition to the conceptual layouts you have here, and determine what we think from a man-hour standpoint to get it to that level.
Yeah, to go with what he's saying, I'm not trying to restart anything. I'm trying to take everything you guys have been working on and put it together in a neat package and take it one step further so that people see that Haslet is serious and it's on the same page.
Yeah, and that's good. I think that we also, to keep it separate, that money can only be used for the east side, and phase 1 and 2 like Councilmember Horak had said, is kind of already in discussions, possibly, on the west side?
Correct, and we have discussed the intersection improvements. That was brought out 2 meetings ago, I believe, where we gave an overview of recommended path forward. We've got our drawings sent over to the county. We're in the process of trying to develop ILAs to cover the 2 major intersections shown with the red circles there at John Day and 156. Those have to be fully designed and engineered. We have to figure out what portions of those need to be publicly bid versus what portion may be constructed with county forces. But there's right-of-way and utility relocations that are going to take the better part of a year on those. So we had talked about 2 meetings ago was us moving forward, trying to fine-tune the costs and putting together for your budget discussion a plan to continue the detailed design, right-of-way acquisition, and utility relocation at those 2 locations, right? Those are the intersection improvements. So now the ask is, okay, can we come up with an overall plan that incorporates those as phase 1 improvements with the 30% schematic as a future phase 2 project? Is that accurate, Ms. Wise?
Correct. And so if we need to de-scope from this agenda item, the west side, we can do that. And I think then we could, I mean, what are you thinking here, Macon?
Well, the phase 2 layout is a 4-lane divided. If you, Richard, can you go back to the concept plan starting at John Day Road, go up maybe, go down? Yes, sir.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes, sir.
I know that was about 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, close to it, when we had the proposal to do the 4-lane design. Is $55 million. It was $35 million for the east side. It was $20 million to do the west side.
Correct.
And that was the breakdown on that. But that was all based on 4 lanes, 5 lanes. The consequence to that, as I recall, Lee Engineering did a study on Blue Mountain Road East. And that was determined to be 3 lanes. And yes, it was based on our master land use plan. And with regard to that, that's sufficient.
Up until
Sufficient.
up until the commercial portion along 35 develops, and then the roadway's out of capacity.
I never heard that qualification.
Yes, sir. That was in the presentation.
All right, I don't recall that. So why would you make a recommendation that it's, if that comes, that
sorry?
happens? Never mind.
No, I
So-
didn't hear your question.
So we need to do a new,
No, sir. We don't need to do a new traffic study.
so you know to go to 4 lanes right away?
I didn't say that. I just said.
I'm just saying, well, do you know to do 3 or 4?
We would just need to work through that with the council and get direction before we decide on a footprint. That's part of the 30% effort.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you would make a recommendation to the council based on analysis from from Lee Engineer, the traffic
Yes, sir,
engineers.
and we could do that. We could say that based on a 10-year build-out, that this road would have capacity for 10 years. If the road is, if there's plenty of funds or the desire to expand the road after year 10, that decision could be made. If funding doesn't appear to be available or the road doesn't appear to be constructed until year 7, the council would have to intervene and help make a decision at that point.
Would you be able to identify what is the ultimate build-out that would be required if I-35 develops?
Yes, sir.
Well, that would be, I would think that we want to know that.
And that's just based on the current future land use plan, which shows that all commercial.
Well, lots of things can happen.
Absolutely.
The council from 8 years from now can change their mind altogether.
With how much this area is growing rapidly, with the new high school and all this traffic going to be going to the new high school, I think we need to plan for a 4-lane and not plan for something smaller. So I'm for a 4-lane. Mr. Anderson, I had a question. I know back last summer, early fall, we brought up the 4-lane schematic was for $55 million and all that. I don't think I've ever seen those drawings. Is there any way that I know I know we're changing that, but is there any way we could just kind of see what that looked like? You could,
I think they're all in this packet.
Oh, is this all right here?
actually. Yes, sir.
oh, okay.
And I was just gonna point out, since we're here and talking about this section, we did coordinate with Fort Worth for the layout of this 4-lane section. As you can see, you've got the Fort Worth section in 100, I can't read the cross-section, 110 or 120 foot of right-of-way. And then you can see the City of Haslet section. So we've been able to match center lines based on their thoroughfare plan. And then if you just kind of slowly scroll down through those, Richard. So you see the railroad tracks through there. You'll note there is no bridge in here. Remember, this was all done back in 2024. And then you can take those down through the new intersection with North Glen. And then the next sheet should pick us up over at 156.
Is this the new, this is not the new intersection that you've been working on for the last
No, sir.
6+ months?
These are the ultimate configurations here. You'll note the assumptions made out there on FM 156 based on the information that was available to us at the time. You can see that this particular concept shows the 3-lane option east of 156. You'll note the turn lanes are essentially the same that we're proposing in this interim project, right? Because those are just capacity calculations. But you'll note that the roadway does neck down to 3-lane undivided past the intersection back out to the east. So if you continue scrolling down through the graphics here, Richard. 3-lane undivided. Keep going. We had some intersection improvements that we had shown conceptually. Those again have all been through the study that was done last fall. Those have all been detailed out from a depth standpoint or a stacking standpoint in the study and have not been reflected in here. Keep going, please. Verona and the other portion of Maxwell as you get into the curve on the hill, and you have Sweetgrass. Keep going, you'll see intermodal coming up next. There was a roundabout conceived at that location. Again, needs to be something there. I think based on the study, that's recommended to be a signalized intersection just due to the capacity needs of the intersection. You go on out, you'll note this is the old configuration. It shows an additional roundabout out at Harmon Road. This has all been reworked with the Ironwood project, and they're in the process of designing the reconfigured T intersection over here.
Are all these yellow lines in the middle of the roadway, do you see, is that going to be a filled-in concrete median, or is that going to be striped?
Go back, please, Richard. That was just a 3-lane undivided road with no raised median.
Okay.
Yes,
But if it's a
striped.
4-lane, it would be 2 with a concrete median, and
That's an option.
that's an option, okay.
So something for us to kind of give them direction on. And just to clarify, because the 55 million has been brought up several times, more than likely this project, regardless, is not going to be 55 million anymore. The point is to get it far enough to where we can get an updated estimate and start going for partners. I mean, it's not to get to 50 or get the design to 30% and take this directly to a bond for the citizens to pay for immediately. The goal is to find people to help contribute.
Yeah, for instance, you're right. This intersection right here is $3 to $5 million. We don't know the final price tag on it. But if this piece comes out, if you take the at-grade improvements on the west side out, I mean, just touching the railroad tracks over there is probably $5 million. So if the bridge, which we now think Tarrant County has an opportunity to receive funding on, there's quite a few things that change the scope and magnitude of this project. I think if we could get it all put together and come up with the costs, then we can look at phasing and timing and funding opportunities. Like there's just quite a bit of information in here that's old and needs to be updated.
Question for you. He was bringing up raised median. I'm not sure if you were for or against, but is there enough right away for there to be that additional room for raised median? And also, what about sidewalks?
So I believe we showed there's a sidewalk on both sides of this this option here. We recommended that when the thoroughfare plan was changed to show the C3U in lieu of a 4-lane divided, that we keep the same right-of-way to give the flexibility for sidewalks as well as future expansion as necessary. If the city decided or had funding restrictions and could only build a certain amount of capacity, that there would be enough right-of-way for the ultimate. But yeah, if you'll just scroll back up it, yeah, we show sidewalks along both sides of the, we tied into some of the developer sidewalks. as you
Okay,
see on-
that's what that is. Okay.
But yeah, we've got sidewalk program the whole way.
Right there, is it missing? I'm sorry, go back to that image, go down, right there. I'm not seeing it on that, it
No,
pauses.
I think
That's currently there.
we tied in.
Yeah, that's currently there, because I've stopped
Okay,
and
it's
parked
there, it's
there
just outdated.
and walked with my dog, so that's
Tied in there.
the way
You
it is
kind of
now.
see it on the other area,
I just know a lot of.
an old area.
I'm just, the reason why I'm asking is I know a lot of residents have said they feel disconnected or disjointed in their own communities. So when we're doing this project, connecting the community through this main artery, I think will also help with that. So making sure we have the sidewalk.
So moving forward, does this need to be just a direction to staff to continue working? Do we need to have something at our budget workshop?
Well,
What's
if
the
I'm-
next steps?
If I'm not mistaken, there's money that was given to the city in escrow. I don't know if there's a line item in this year's budget to cover this work for Blue Mound Road. I think I'd have to get with the mayor on that and determine what's been spent from the time we started on this to date.
Yeah, that's not in our budget. I mean, it's not in our financial reports now, so it
And
would have
we-
to be something we, I guess, look at next fiscal year.
We can do that. We needed to understand tonight what the direction and charge was, so we can go back and put together what we think it'll take to move forward. Make sure I fully understand what the goals are. And then if we could have some time to go back and work to identify the available funds remaining, make sure that there's enough to get it to where everybody'd like us to be.
I think if we can table this maybe until July, give him time to get an estimate together after we give him direction on a few things, because he's definitely looking for that. He can't really give us an estimate until we tell him what way we're going with certain roads. And then rediscuss and come forward with an amendment to the budget, because really time is of the essence here. We're behind on the roads. I don't think waiting until next fiscal year is in Haslet's best interest.
Yeah, that's right, October. So what are our options?
The chair asked if you can ask a question. Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that we understand the objective here is to identify the design. It sounds like council wants 4 lanes. And, say that again?
4 lanes divided with a median in the middle, not a suicide lane, so a 4-lane divided road
Okay.
with a median.
4-lane divided, and and take it to a point to identify the cost of it. Is that correct? So we got that. So define the project that'll accommodate our build out along I-35.
Yes, sir.
And sounds like that will be 4 lanes divided. And we want a good cost on that. And is that from Haslet Parkway down Harmon Road out to 156? Or is that from Harmon Road, Blue Mound Road intersection to 156, just for the east side? Let's define that piece.
I defined it in the image. If you
What
could
is it?
scroll down.
I mean, can you just verbally describe what it is?
Well, it's Harmon Road to Harmon and Blue Mound
Okay,
Road, I
from
mean.
the intersection of Harmon Road.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so as it was before. So is that the objective? So we know how much we're looking at, and then we can address those folks who may be able to contribute funds. Certainly would include Tarrant County if the road is asphalt. And you'll make a recommendation on the material?
We can do that. We can provide.
Yes, you do that,
we can
if you would
provide
make
a
a recommendation.
cost
So is that what the council's looking for?
I also had a question. I want to know how much money is in the escrow account.
Okay,
As the-
we'll send that out.
Okay.
I have a question about that myself. There was 660,000 that was put into the escrow, and so far, no one on staff or the mayor has asked me to access those funds for anything. So they're,
But that's true.
on the books, they're still sitting in escrow. If I'm hearing Mr. Anderson, he believes he's possibly spent some of those funds.
They just may not have been allocated to that line item, which if they're untouched, I mean, and we've already spent it under a different category, that means we have those funds available, correct?
Yeah, we created a Blue Mound Road reconstruction project when this all came to be back in 2021 or 2022. And so as soon as we identify a project, just from a billing standpoint, we create a project and we send those bills in and bills get paid. We are typically asked during the course of budget prep to provide any projects that are upcoming, but in this case, that was kind of something that just came in as an escrow item tied to that development. It wasn't necessarily put in the budget, if that makes sense, so.
So it's all available.
It has not been appropriated in the budget as yet. It was sitting as a liability on our books.
But it is available, all of the funds then, because technically nothing has been charged to it. It's been charged to general funds, I'm assuming? Okay.
Correct.
So we just need an amendment. How does that work to bring those escrow funds? Because if we amend the budget, but the escrow funds aren't on the budget, do you get what I'm saying? How do we do that?
We did not recognize that as revenue.
No, normally it's like Mr. Anderson says, when we identify the project to use those funds for, we will budget the project and transfer the escrow funds to that project.
So then we can, between Marcy and myself and Mr. Anderson, we'll bring you back a proposal as to what to do as far as funding and how to utilize the escrow funds. That's your primary objective, right? Use those funds. Is that? No,
The funds budgeted there, but they're not budgeted to tap those escrow funds.
Okay.
But my question, that was your concern, is use the money.
Use the money for this. If we've already,
Correct.
if we've already billed to approved expenses for the city, then we shouldn't change that location right now. We should work on the design unless we're not going to use those funds. I think this, right now, so we're not wasting everyone's time, we have given you the direction on the items you need. Is there any other direction you need for us?
I don't believe so.
So I think we table this to the June 15th meeting. You come back with an estimate. I think on the 15th, we can handle the estimate. And also at the same time, we can have an amendment ready for the budget so we can greenline this all together.
You said July, but now you
I'm,
said
so-
June.
well,
I think
can you do it in?
No.
No, July,
No.
July 1st,
July.
or not
Yeah.
July 1st, July.
July, August, somewhere in there.
Okay,
We also need to coordinate this interim set of improvements that we really, really have to get in place in the next 2 years at these intersections. So if we can get those prepared, we kind of had a commitment to bring those back at that meeting in June. So let's focus on those, and then we'll get to the big picture.
So to express Mr. or Belchiff and Associates' priority items is those two intersections right there, as well as a third one up here called Westport Parkway and FM 156.
Yes, sir.
so.
And those will be coming back any day from Tarrant County.
Correct.
Or unless you have received them already.
No, but we'll have those by Wednesday.
Okay,
They
so,
will-
understood.
Excuse me. And that is, and they have only X amount of resources in their office.
Understood. That's why I'm about to ask him July 6th or July 20th.
Let's do the 20th.
Okay.
Supposed to be on vacation that first week.
Where are we going?
Supposed to be fishing, Colorado.
Very nice. All right, July 20th, we'll bring that back.
Well, you thought you were going fishing.
Just thought I was going fishing.
Okay, so what do we need to do for
You
this?
need to make a motion to table
Just table, and he's got his
till
direction?
July the 20th.
I've got enough clarification, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
One more question, I'm so sorry. So will you have to bring it back as kind of two estimates or two line items for the east portion and the west portion? I think that might be beneficial, so then we
Probably
could
a good
plan for the
idea.
west when we do the budgeting for the fiscal year, and you can get started on the east.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit of overlap on the west side because of the proximity of the two intersections plus the water line.
Okay,
So yes, I'll do that in two segments, east
Perfect.
and west.
thank you.
I need a motion.
Oh, gosh. I make a motion to table this agenda item until July 20th.
Motion is made to table this agenda item 8I until July the 20th. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. 8J, discuss, consider, and act regarding intermodal parkway between Haslet Parkway and Blue Mountain Road East, directing the city engineer and city administrator to engage with the property owners regarding securing any necessary right-of-way, and directing the city engineer to begin design utilizing a phased construction approach, with phase 1 consisting of intermodal parkway from Haslet Parkway to Pask, and an additional traffic signal at Haslet Parkway, and phase 2 consisting of intermodal parkway from Pask Road to Blue Mountain Road East, utilizing funds allocated in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for this project. Go for it, Mr. Anderson.
Well, really quick before he starts, as you can see, I like to be specific. If you can scroll down to the first image. All right, so this is specifically for, not Westport, intermodal parkway between Caraway and Sweetgrass, just for current council to understand where it's located. Phase 1 is already in this fiscal year's budget. So that'd be that top section for the red. It's to do that fourth light that is not in. So I don't know if you guys have been to this intersection as 3 of the traffic lights. This is to do the fourth and then bring it down to Pask, which it's my understanding that is in the budget currently. And then the second phase would be taking it from Pask all the way to Blue Mound. Most importantly, securing the right-of-ways, which we still have yet to do, but then also completing the design. Or starting it, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it's a good introduction. Did the other exhibit make it into the?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. If you could zoom out just a couple of clicks, maybe just, let's try one. Well, let's focus on the yellow now, I'm sorry. There it is. Seeing how quick your computer works. Zoom in on the intersection just a little bit more so you see the yellow on this part. So what we have in this year's budget is a $1.1 million project for the fourth leg of the signal for northbound intermodal at the Haslet Parkway intersection. There's money for a turn lane.
Is your mic on?
Sorry? Much better, huh? You can see the gray pavement south of Haslet Parkway, right where his hand is, up to the right-of-way line. That was all done via agreement with the stream folks. They paved the western portion of what you would call intermodal south coming off of Haslet Parkway. And then we would need to begin construction of the median as well as the western lanes of intermodal parkway down to Pask. You can see Pask intersection is essentially built out. And then we've got a temporary asphalt transition that was put in by the developer, and we're recommending that we go in and add a little bit larger radius on that transition and build that out of concrete. Currently, the thoroughfare plan shows this as a 4-lane divided road. That's what this was set up for by the developer and the dedication of portions of right-of-way, both with the Sweetgrass project as well as Caraway. There is a different type of use as you get closer to Haslet Parkway, and it is a pure industrial use south of Pask Drive. So there are some things that we would like to discuss with everyone about the intersection treatment there at Pask, and the mayor had a good idea about the actual naming of intermodal through here, that maybe you might want to consider even changing the name of this portion of roadway that does not lend itself to continued use by the folks that take advantage of it for obvious needs and reasons up through there. So there's a lot of nuance associated with continuing this project to the south. We're also going to need some guidance as we get into the detailed intersection design there at Pask. The good news is this project is fully funded in this year's budget. We will not have the design complete and construction plans ready to go before this fiscal year ends. But step one is acquiring the right-of-way there off of that large undeveloped tract with the 2 gas wells. That portion of Sweetgrass was not platted, and the right-of-way was not dedicated by the original property owner. So we do have money in the budget to acquire that right-of-way. We just need to get going on that. And then if there is a desire to continue the design down to the south, we would need to identify the remaining right-of-way portions that are needed and necessary, and do what's necessary to acquire those rights, and then work with you all to determine if you still want the 4-lane divided roadway with a big, I think that's a 40-foot median, which is pretty wide. You know, there's some different opportunities that we would probably like some input and discussion on before we get into the detailed design of the southern portion of that. And then down at the intersection of Intermodal and Pask, it would be a signalized intersection as you go further south, tying into the project we just discussed. So right now, there's money to design and construct what's shown in yellow. If the ask is to continue the design further south and continue right-of-way acquisition, then there would need to be a budget modification done to the existing line item that could be discussed and presented to you as we get closer to budget season. I think that is, Ms. Wise, is that what you're asking? Is that we kind of continue right-of-way and design for the whole thing, with a plan to build phase 1, and talk about phase 2 once the costs are identified? And
Correct. Pretty much getting going on phase 1 and giving us an estimate for phase 2 before fiscal budget year review.
I know there's been some discussions about possible looks at the land use plan or anything of that nature. If those things occur, whether it's in this general vicinity or anywhere else, you know, the roadway networks have to be looked at accordingly. So those are all things that if we're going to talk about those, then we can accelerate some of those and focus some discussion purely on intermodal. I think we have enough data that was collected as part of the Stream project and the Encompass project, as well as our Blue Mountain Road project, to come up with a recommendation from a capacity standpoint. And then at that point, it would just be, okay, what do you guys want to see this roadway look like?
So that's kind of where I wanted to start with you guys, with council, is phase 2. It's kind of up in the air of what this looks like. I think it should also be the 4-lane divided because of the high school coming in. I think this is going to become a shortcut to get to Haslet Parkway, which then jumps you over to the high school. I think this road, although it doesn't see a lot of traffic currently, I think it's going to increase, and just to match with the north part of it, I think makes the most sense when we're trying to plan for the future instead of planning for now. But I did want to hear from you guys. Anybody?
So I looked this up. It's Fund 20, correct? The 1 million is, and it was for the, I know, I was trying to find it. I looked it up.
I thought we actually had a capital project item. for
Projects,
the-
there you go. And it had 1.1 million for the total project cost.
That sounds right.
So that, okay. And then I know the right-of-way, people were trying to contact the gentleman and get that going. So this looks good. I know that people, it just dead ends, and so it'd be nice to have that finished out. And I think it would look nice if it matches, especially with the amount of traffic that's going to be on that south-north.
Now, unfortunately, the way that that road was laid out, if you pan down, Richard, or say it, you have a long, very long, straight roadway through there with not a lot of driveways or other intersections short of that first intersection at that Rockwood right there. So there's some, I don't know if we can look at doing some different things to attempt to slow folks down as they go through there. We've noticed just in our limited time of working to accept and inspect Intermodal Parkway, we've observed quite a few folks going very fast down that roadway.
That's used as a cut-through currently, so.
So there's different ways we could look at doing that. We would bring those back for consideration, whether those are traffic circles or roundabouts or making
Chicanes.
Chicanes.
This might be a good place for chicanes.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we hate tearing out pavement that's already there, but, you know, in the interest of safety, you know, there's certain treatments that could be done.
I'm sorry, can you describe what that is, chicane?
Where you kind of
Curve the road.
put a little bit of
Make the road meander instead of straight.
Is there room for that?
There would have to be some removal of some of that existing western pavement to make some of that happen, but.
But the right-of-way exists to
Yes,
it.
sir. Well, it would exist at 120 feet. That's kind of what this is programmed for.
Interesting. Did you have a question?
But with the lesson learned of all the this would be a longer road, and, well, it'd be equivalent to like a John Day Road in length.
It's more or less the same, yes, sir.
And that is a painful road to get anybody to slow down. And so, lesson learned is do something now.
Mhm. We have opportunities at Pass, you know, that's a good transition, the intersection at Pass from your warehouse, more industrial type uses to your residential. You could look at doing something and get that intersection as well as the one we just looked at.
I did want to ask about that. That warehouse is emptying out onto that road once it opens. Are we going to put signage that the trucks cannot turn left?
Yes.
Yeah,
We've got a plan coming forth, and I mean, maybe in a month or two, about signage and no trucks and things of that throughout the city to limit that, and also we'll come back about renaming Intermodal Parkway to something else, so it doesn't
Can I be on
invite truckers down to Blue Mountain Road.
Can I be on the naming committee?
Did you have a question too?
Yeah. I was going to say that I support Ms. Wise on, I like the idea of having this 4-lane. I think, you know, if you had it with this 40-foot, if we had some trees or something in the kind of middle to kind of break up just that long straight line, I think it would look really nice, even if you space them out a long ways, just having some vegetation there, just some trees, no shrubs or anything. But I do see what you were saying, have just a little bit of slight kind of curve. Not a snake like that, but just a slight thing, just to where it's not just a straight line. I do understand that, but I do like the idea, and this area is gonna get really busy. So I think this road improvement definitely needs to be on our radar really soon. So I'm glad this got brought up.
I do want to also just add something when we're looking at this design, and thank you, Zach. We need significant lighting back here. Over in Sweetgrass and Caraway, the lighting is very poor, but it definitely along this road, as it gets busier and as we put sidewalks on both sides, I think we need to light this street up. I think for the use, I think the vegetation is a great idea. Would love to see some trees in there.
That's a good point. Those are kind of amenities, right? And when you have properties that develop adjacent to thoroughfares, typically those folks build their half and They provide for those amenities when you're coming back like this. It's basically on the city's dime, so there'll be some discussion and direction we'll need too on, you know, sidewalk on the other side. Do we do a larger shared use path, maybe in the median? Discuss the options on the street lighting, all things that can be directly conveyed to you via simple cross sections so that we can get your feedback. Make sure that the budget accounts for those improvements.
Okay, so do you have any questions for phase one? I feel like we're all on the same page for that. You already have direction, you already have funding. We're just saying, please get started and get the right of ways.
Please move forward with the right of way on phase one.
Okay.
Begin the process of looking at what's necessary to construct phase two.
Okay, well, let me ask, so, I mean, you're in the process of doing this. We don't have to give you instruction to start. You started some time ago.
Correct. We just need the right of way for phase one.
Right,
We're telling him to go do that.
yeah,
We have been trying to get that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's been hard getting a hold of the landowner.
Yeah,
but
you-
I was told.
I think you gave me, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the name? Well, I know the name, Brumball, but
Yes, sir. We give
gave me
you the
said,
context.
here,
Yes, sir.
you'll probably have to just go out to the store and wait on him and see if you can catch him. Okay, well, fine. So
we-
that's how the contact method is.
Yeah.
So.
And we've got the documents drawn up. We've got the project started, so we're
So
underway.
your design is
Progress.
complete? Or are you in the process of it?
I would say we're at 30% of the construction.
So you got a long
plan.
way to go.
Well, that northern piece is pretty easy.
For the northern piece, I'm assuming you go to 60% next, correct?
Yes.
When do you feel like is a good time to bring 60% to council?
We could probably have that ready by August.
Second meeting in August?
Please.
Okay. And then phase two, what questions do we need to answer for you to provide an estimate for us to include in the fiscal year budget consideration?
I think what we could do is maybe, what are we trying to have budget discussions in earnest?
Yesterday,
I know you're waiting.
how many calls have I made? So don't even need to ask that question.
So,
No, we're waiting, not to put you on the spot, but did I say I was waiting?
yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mayor, when is, we keep talking about the budget meeting. Is it in July or August? And can you give us a date so we can plan our life around, we can plan when we need to
Sure,
be there?
and Marcy and I, it's rather a complex issue, isn't it? It is. But nonetheless, that will be coming out, I'm gonna say by Wednesday.
So noted, I enjoyed the Saturday workshop versus the 3 evenings, this personal opinion.
The,
It was more productive.
the reason why I'm asking is because the last year took, I think, 8 or 9 hours on a Saturday, and I just want to make sure that I book that on my calendar, that,
Yes, sir.
that I'm going to be here all day. So if you can just let us know in the next week or so we
Yes.
can budget that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So for phase two, four-way divided median is what I think we're saying, but council will have to confirm with vegetation considered, definitely lighting. What else do you need answered? Some sort of, something to slow people down.
Intersection treatments or roadway geometry
bumps.
modifications.
Or speed bumps.
Okay.
I'm open to speed bumps.
Are you?
And I also, I'm open to, and the chicken lane. That's not ideal. I don't want that personally, but if the cost comes in and it's something that is still a safe option, I think that should be presented as well, just to have multiple, I mean, it's not personally what I like to drive in and look at, but I know it's pretty successful moving to the south with our partners. I know Justin has the medians, but Blue Mountain does not, so I'm open to both.
Well, there's a 40-foot median.
Not Haslet Parkway.
How do you feel about
sorry?
speed humps?
I'm sorry, what,
It slows people down.
I'm sorry, what were you saying about Haslet Parkway? You said not
He has-
Haslet Parkway?
he has the
Yeah, I
medians.
didn't understand the conversation,
He
I'm sorry.
has some medians at all.
I was just saying that the phase two has a 40-foot median in the middle, so we wouldn't really need a suicide lane in the middle, so, because it's already.
Yeah, it would just be empty, right?
So my question is, how do you feel about speed humps?
I'm if they are for safety and slowing people down, I didn't like the speed humps on Blue Mound that were done.
Oh, no, I'm
But
talking about the ones we
speed-
have today.
But the speed, what are they called, cushions?
Speed tables, speed
Speed
cushions.
tables.
Speed tables, speed cushions are effective. I had a lot of citizens in my neighborhood ask about those. And if it keeps their children safe, then I'm for that. I also know that the speed hump at John Day that is right before the stop sign is not very effective. So I think it'd be smart where we put them. If there's other alternates, I prefer the meandering road more than a speed hump.
I guess could we say bring back the most
Yeah.
budget-friendly,
I'm
realistic
just-
option?
I'm thinking realistically with regard to the drivers we out here, there's Le Mans drivers out here. A curved road, oh yeah, okay. This looks like a good one to do 60 on. And we have clocked them on, well, actually it's on Sweetgrass Boulevard. I think we clocked as high as 90 miles an hour, believe that or not. And it's not a straight road, but it hasn't got much of a chicane in it. But that's, we have people that move to the country in their Maserati. What we got. And it's the speed cushion, not hump. But the those speed cushions on Blue Mountain Road right now, you can drive over them doing 35 miles an hour. But that's what it was. And that's kind of a live and learn for cities. First time Haslett ever did that. But nonetheless, they work well. But if it comes to, I know that Lee Engineering will take a look at this. What are the safety features they can put in there? But the objective is, if you want to keep traffic at 35 miles an hour up through here, that might be a very effective tool and inexpensive. Nonetheless.
Sounds great. It is 10:18, so let's make a motion, can we? We still have so far to go. What kind of motion would we make on this? Can someone educate me?
I think you should
Because we would want
make a motion to, I would have this engineer to come back with his statement of understanding.
There you go.
That's
Okay.
right.
See if I was paying attention, see if I made
At the
enough
next
notes.
meeting. No,
Yeah,
you need to do that.
I can do that.
You know, regurgitate what you understand your task is to do.
And that,
And then he could be corrected.
and I can be working on a cost estimate for that southern portion.
Believe me,
Get into the budget.
y'all, just on these two items, just on the first one, he's got more work than he can do in a couple of months.
Well, that's why I'm concerned giving him more work to come back and say he understands. I believe he understands what we're trying to do. I'd rather give him more time and not another task to complete in 2 weeks.
Well, that would just be a understanding of scope.
Yeah,
Not to do any work, just
I-
understanding of scope.
Correct.
Do you understand the scope? Do you need
I do.
clarifying? Okay, so he understands the scope. So how do we move forward with phase one, with phase two to be estimated by the yearly budget? Yeah.
Well, it's already budgeted, and we just need to, I would say, direct staff to continue with the acquiring of right-of-way and get a cost estimate to finish that intersection,
Okay, you want to do
I
it?
think.
And prepare a cost estimate for phase two.
And then, yeah,
in
prepare
time for
one.
budget. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to continue right-of-way acquisition and get a cost estimate for phase one of intermodal Parkway from Haslet Parkway, I think it's Pasquay Road, okay. And then to also have phase two cost estimates begin. Please,
Let me
please.
ask as a point of clarification. You said get a cost estimate for phase one. It's already funded.
1.1 is funded, but what is the cost to get the right-of-way, to do the signalization? What's the cost going to be? It is funded, but I don't know if there's a...
But we do have that funding breakdown.
For phase one, yes.
It's
for phase-
all
it's all for-
together. It says 1.1, it has it all listed. It doesn't have
But
it.
it's itemized.
Correct, and that's for phase one, so we just
Okay.
need one for phase two.
Perfect.
So they can just bring it to you, or we can email it to you. Here's the itemized cost for all of that.
Okay.
That's already done.
Yeah, I did,
So
I
really,
saw
it's
it
the
together,
cost
not
estimate
itemized.
for phase
for
two
phase
that has
two.
not been done.
Okay.
That's what you need?
Sounds good.
All right, motion is made to direct staff to pursue or continue the right-of-way acquisition for the phase one project of this project, and to do a cost estimate for phase two.
Second, with the amendment that phase one will come back to council on August 17th at 60%. That's what he agreed to.
That's doable, Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I can add that. And then also, I should say that the
Okay,
price
well,
estimate.
let's
start over?
Okay, maybe a little OJT right here. So you request to amend the motion.
That's what I just said.
Or you just, no, let's,
I would like to amend the motion,
to include what?
that he bring back phase one of intermodal at 60% on August 17th. And the phase two budget will be completed by the workshop, the budget workshop. Date to be announced.
Phase one, August, or 60% for August, what date? Did you-
17th.
17th. And then phase two, what did you want?
Phase two estimate to be provided by the budget workshop, which that date you are going to disclose shortly.
Estimate.
Mr. Halsey, I second that.
Say it again.
I second that.
First, you'll let me repeat the
Oh.
motion. Follow Robert's Rule of Order. It's training for all of us. Motion has been made to direct the staff to continue right-of-way acquisition, and subsequently, there's an amendment proposed to, for phase one, 60% design documents provided to the council on August 17th. And also phase two, construction estimate be available for the budget workshop. Is there a second to the amendment?
Mr. Halsey, I second the amendment.
There is a second to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Unanimous. Main motion is direct staff continue right-of-way acquisition. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I
On the main
second.
motion?
I second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. Item K, discuss, consider, and act on directing the city engineer to begin 30% design of the southern section of John Day Road to generally match the existing North John Day Road corridor improvements and coordinate with the planned Blue Mound Road east-west design. Said design to include preliminary engineering, traffic analysis, utility coordination, and right-of-way evaluation as needed, with the intent of utilizing the completed conceptual design to engage regional and community partners for potential participation and future funding opportunities, and further authorizing and directing an amendment to the current fiscal year budget as necessary to allow for said design services and related project expenditures. So between Councilmember Wise and Mr. Mike Anderson, please explain this.
Can we start with the location overview, please? All right, so this is John Day on the south side. This is going to be between LaPrelle and Triple T's property. I actually scroll down. I'm sorry. There's an updated agenda item. There you go. This is somewhat already being worked on. So again, this is him taking something that started and seeing it through to the top of the road, because right now we're going to be going from a bottleneck to another one because it stops mid-road. But what I want to talk about, can you scroll down and see if can you scroll down to the last image? Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not it. If your computer will allow, can you go to agenda item 8G and pull up Triple T's road request, because I actually want to speak to that.
The road request. Okay, I need to make a point. We're staying on the agenda topic.
Correct.
And how does 8G come into this?
We're not going to be, I'm pulling an image. Just give me one moment. I will stay on topic. All right, while he's pulling it up, part of the reason, I'm sorry? I'm not sure which link it is. If you can click in and we can scroll.
What's it illustrating? Water lines or driveways or what?
The driveways, that's what, right. Either of these is fine. It shows, oh no, that one doesn't go down. That shows some of the driveways. Where's the image that shows 4 of the drives? One more. Okay, that's fine. Just pick one. So a few reasons why I'm bringing John Day. The number one being is no matter what, we are going to be building a bridge, long or short, and that is going to shut off that north exit at some point, meaning the community that exits north, there's going to be construction. There's not a way to get around that. So we have to plan for the future. We have 2 schools right in the middle of these communities that right now already exit and go to a bottleneck that if any of you have children in these schools, it backs up several times a day. God forbid there's a train. It's a nightmare and it's dangerous as cars hop the road and try to go around traffic. I'm not sure if any of you guys have seen that. And that is without what is to come. So the reason why I wanted to pull up this drawing is because LaPrelle and Triple T are going to have driveways exiting onto John Day as well. We just approved some of them today. LaPrelle's, or I believe, have already been approved, correct? LaPrelle's driveways? I believe they have. Either way, between them all, I believe it's 7 to 9 driveways exiting onto an already bottlenecked John Day Road. All of our emergency services do come down Blue Mound and take John Day to access. So another consideration, if we've got an already congested area, we're adding roads, and we're going to block off an exit, we are looking at a nightmare. I would say this is possibly, besides the bridge, maybe our second concern as a city, because if we get ahead of this, we can complete the John Day Road before we start the construction on the bridge, which I think is necessary for the people living in these communities, but also the school. I also think with this design, we can engage not only Tarrant County, but we can engage the school district. They helped with the roads on the northern end. I think they would be very interested in making sure their buses can exit, especially once we start construction. So just a consideration.
And also, there's a bridge going on the south end of John Day, too, that Mr. Anderson mentioned a few weeks ago, too. So that's going to be under construction, too. So that's a...
Yep. So go ahead. Wherever you want to start.
Sorry. You go back to this item.
Let me ask a question. Given the hour, can you just express your understanding of the scope of this project?
Yes.
Let's move on.
Yes. Go to the John Day Road South concept for Marquette. So this exhibit that you see here is basically a projection of John Day Road as it exists in the north, down through the southern portion of the area we're talking about. You'll notice we have preliminary conceptual layouts for 2 roundabouts at the 2 main drives for the LaPrelle subdivision. That will require some coordination and right-of-way from those folks. We've also got the drives for the Triple T Farms shown at those same cul-de-sacs or roundabouts. So if we're going to move forward and do something on this project, I've been informed that LaPrelle Phase 2 will be coming anytime within the next 6 weeks with their plans to try to tie into John Day Road. So we're going to have to be dealing with those construction-related plans as well as any necessary studies that the city may or may not be able to make those folks do from a capacity look at the road. That road was designed as a 2-lane rural roadway, basically a emergency type access for Laterra. And so, you know, we're talking about a significant project in through there. But I think this exhibit that was put together in, when this was done, 2023, is basically the work that was done at the time to try to assimilate the drives from the 2 adjacent properties. We have jurisdictional issues. We've got City of Fort Worth there in purple. We've got City of Haslet Road. We've got what is now Tarrant County on the east side as well as the south side. That's all county.
And I just want to clarify really quick. I am not for the roundabouts. I'm suggesting the 4-lane divided, and that is simply because of the buses. These buses do not want to go around these roundabouts.
Actually, I have my roundabouts are fine.
For the buses?
Yeah, I drive a bus.
She's a bus driver.
And there won't be an issue?
Sorry, I'm a bus driver.
In all your spare time?
No, yeah, there's no issues really with roundabouts at all.
Even in a highly congested area, that's not going to be...
You just go slow and go around, but they have them everywhere. South Lake, we drive them everywhere.
Okay, so
I mean, and that's another issue with it. As a bus driver, there's no issues.
I mean, I just generally hate roundabouts, but that's for us to discuss separately. That was my concern, was the buses, but if it's not one, that's great to know.
You know, these were recommended by us, traffic engineers as a speed element, you know, to keep it reduced. So I understand maybe you don't like traffic circles, but plans that you do see, there are recommendations on there for a reason.
No,
so inquire about it.
I understand. It's starting a conversation.
All right, please go ahead.
So what we have to date is this concept plan. We've got ongoing discussions that are going to need to happen quick, fast, and in a hurry with the LaPrelle folks. We just signed an agreement to bring a water line down, so the development will probably occur sooner than later on the Triple T Farms property. We've got the intersection improvements, which were shown 2 meetings ago down at the south end, that all need to be coordinated. And we've got an existing development agreement with LaPrelle tied to a sewer line. So it's all kind of coming together. Yes, sir.
And what's your scope, and what do you need this council to authorize you to do?
There is currently nothing that I'm aware of in the city's budget that has any monies allocated for any work on John Day Road.
You're correct.
And so I guess I know what I would need to do if this is the general layout and feel and type of roadway that needs to be laid out to 30%. I guess you all would just need to figure out how to find the money and get us started.
That's
yes,
your scope.
I understand.
What is your understanding, sir?
My understanding is to try to develop a 30% schematic based on this concept plan and continue
and provide costing.
Yes, sir, a schedule, and continue the discussion and coordination with the adjacent property owners.
Really quick, let's first go back. This is missing several driveways between Triple T Farms. So what is your suggestion for those additional driveways?
Well, those driveways,
they line up to LaPrelle on that north driveway.
Yeah, there's one, you can see LaPrelle, the north.
Yeah, the north one. Would that be another roundabout that you're suggesting?
No, that would just be that would just line up the drives, and then they have one further south too.
Correct. That I don't think matches LaPrelle on the south one. I think that's a lonely on the Triple T side, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so it would just be a drive. So I guess question for council is, Do you guys agree with the roundabouts? Do you guys have concerns?
I don't like them, but if they're needed, I mean, that's fine.
We probably should have asked, how about fire trucks? Those are bigger than buses.
Oh,
Do you have an opinion?
Good point.
If they're
Chief?
if they're made large enough, we can get around them, and Mike and I have had extensive conversations about roundabouts.
Okay, I just looked up
So
and saw you.
not an issue for you?
Okay.
If they're made correctly.
If they're designed correctly. I go through 6 of them in Double Oak and Flower Mound every day.
Oh, lights.
School zones all over the place through there, and if they're designed correctly, they're effective. But to answer your question, first thing we would do is import those new driveways. We've already checked the location of their southern driveway versus the interim improvements we're trying to accomplish. Make sure they're out of our turn lane. They are. We've got them shifted 680 feet from the intersection. So I understand what I need to do on this one. Yes, sir. This just
Okay, it
needs-
sounds like to me then you need a motion from the
Zach has a
council. Excuse me, I'll take your question here in a moment. You need a motion from the council that would have you continue this design to 30% schematic level, and that's sufficient to provide the costing for this roadway. And you would be incorporating the driveway locations previously approved tonight.
Correct.
As part of that. Is there anything else with regard to scope? That would be a motion on the scope. Is there anything else you need?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And who had the question?
I just have a really quick question. I've seen your plans a lot to know that I think the dark gray is existing. Is that correct?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Okay.
I think this one may be proposed, though.
Switch it up on us.
Make sure you're paying attention.
So my question is that can you use the existing road that's there, or is this something where we can we can already part of our choice, or save us some money? We already got one road, or do we need to rip it up and is that?
If you go out there and look, that road that's out there today, it was built up. It's like a dike, right?
Okay.
Built above grade, all the drainage is above grade. LaPrell's having fits trying to drain their 3 detention ponds across. If you're gonna build it as a 4-lane divide, it's all gotta drop down.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'd have a road up here, and then you have a road down here.
So the answer is no.
The
You
answer is
can't
no.
reuse it.
I was just maybe hoping that this road could be already half done and be able to save us some money, but it sounds like we're starting from scratch.
I mean, that'll facilitate construction to a point, because we'll have a way to keep traffic moving, which should make the construction costs cheaper and make construction go quicker. But the answer is we will not be able to incorporate and utilize existing roadway in the ultimate design.
All right. Council, are you clear on the motion that's needed?
Just please include lighting for this road as well.
Street lighting, yes.
Yes. It's a significant amount, not like what was done in Sweetgrass Caraway where we can't see halfway to the next light. I know, but I'm just saying, because this road is going to be busy and we're looking at potentially mixed-use commercial, I think it's important that we light it up, because you're talking about, you're going to have people walking from these communities probably potentially to these businesses. So.
Motion? Okay, the motion should, a recommended motion is to provide a 30% schematic design and cost estimate for John Day Road. Anything else?
Yes, let's put a date on it. When do you want to put a date on it?
Probably in 2028 with his workload.
What are you thinking? When do you want to come back to us?
Well, we could put the cost estimate together, update the exhibit with the driveways, and have all that ready for August.
You want to do the first meeting in August since the other one's August 15th? Oh, yeah, you're on vacation.
I'm on vacation the first meeting in July, but I'm just trying to come to one meeting a month if possible.
You know, I know
So
this
August
guy,
15th?
I know Beltiff and Associates backlog, and he's making.
We're not
Yeah, I
asking.
would say keep it the
she's-
same meeting in
Nobody's asking us
August.
Yeah.
for when the 30% schematics are gonna be ready. We just need an updated cost estimate and an
Yeah.
exhibit.
This isn't designing it. He's bringing the
Right.
cost estimate
Yes, sir,
back.
I can have that and the intermodal one done in a week. That's
Okay.
not tomorrow, I mean, that's not Wednesday, but I can do my best to try to get those ready.
August 17th? Is
Yeah,
that what you're
for sure,
saying?
put it down for August 17th, please.
Okay.
But
No
if-
pressure,
but
if you
if-
need
You
more
have to
time.
give it to the budget officer way before
I'm
then,
gonna have to give it to the budget officer like on Wednesday.
and like in July.
No, like this Wednesday, I'm gonna have to have
That's
this
right.
finished.
Yeah.
We've got a cost estimate for this layout right here. It's 4 years old.
Okay.
It won't take any time to go back and update it. We can copy it, paste it to intermodal and get it done.
Got it.
It's
August
fine.
17th, we'll talk about this again.
I gotta get it to the budget officer on Wednesday.
Okay, we need a motion.
All right, I'll give it a shot. I make a motion for the city engineer to bring back 30% design estimate at the August 17th city council meeting for 30% design, sorry.
Understood.
Cost, not the design, the cost.
Cost.
Yeah. Perfect.
All
I'll
right.
oh, well,
All right, motion's been made to have the city engineer produce a design cost estimate for John Day Road and available to city council August 17th. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right. Executive session. We'll forego executive session. It'll be on your next item. Next.
I have one item
Yeah.
that's going to be executive. It won't take very long, though.
Oh, you got, oh, that's right.
But it won't.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be short.
And then we'll have to come back and discuss. Okay.
Let's see here, excuse me. City Council reserves the right to adjourn into executive session during the course of the meeting to seek legal advice from its attorney regarding any item on the posted agenda as authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. I recess the open session at 10:43 p.m. If you'll join me in the dais, or excuse me, in the boardroom, council, then we'll start the executive session as soon as we're assembled. 2, 3, 4. I call to order the open session at 10:55 PM. The council is present. If we could go to item 8C.
So I reviewed 8C, and I think it does strengthen the language with the Parks Board. But I think, just like we talked in another agenda item, the Parks Board should actually be routed. It should be routed through the Parks Board for feedback before it comes to us. We make a decision for the Parks Board.
So are you, it would be to provide this draft?
So see if there's
change
anything they
to the
want
Park Board
to add
for their
or take away, and
So-
then bring back to us.
Understood.
I brought this item forward, so I'm gonna talk about it here. I see what you're saying about taking it to them for consideration, but the entire purpose, it's a minimal change that just protects them. There isn't a downside to it, and it also is us establishing what we want our process to be. But putting this in place also solves a pending question for the city of, the current park. If we put this in place, that means the HCEDC will have to wait until the park board gives their recommendation because we're putting this into place.
I think that's a very good idea.
I would assume that the park board would want that protection since that's what they're asking for.
And I don't want to assume that because they didn't get a chance to look at it, and they might want to have,
And
make it stronger.
Excuse me, if
I'm
we
not
want to
sure.
go with the Robert's Rule of Order, can I have a motion? Then a second, we'll talk about it. Motion, if second doesn't happen,
Okay.
we don't even talk
I
about
would
it.
like to make a motion to continue ordinance XXX 2026, amending the City of Haslet Code of Ordinances as written to the August, what month are we in? We're in June. To the June 15th meeting, which would give the Parks Board an opportunity to look at it at their 10th meeting.
Okay,
Can I
now
make a
for clarification, you say continue, do you mean table?
Tabled, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So the motion is made to table item 8C, which is an ordinance 2026 to amend the Haslet Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 1, General Administration, Article 1.10, Boards and Commissions, to June 15th City Council meeting with the intent of the Park and Recreation Board to review the proposed changes made. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any discussion?
Yes,
Please.
if I'm looking over this ordinance right now, I don't see, it doesn't look like we've got revision history, but I see there was a change on 2013, and as we've had over the last 3 or 4 meetings with various ordinances being updated throughout the city, I think your additions are very good. I like the idea of what you're putting in there, but I think now if we're getting all these ordinances reviewed, revised, let's go ahead and send it back to them and see what else do we need to add to it. It goes along with what all we're doing with city ordinances.
And I understand what you're saying there. For my comment, and the reason why I specifically only went for this, I think we could definitely do more. Time was of the essence for this. We stayed the vote on the park. This puts into place that the park's opinion has to be considered. That's why I was pushing this particularly through, and then we could come back and modify further. But if you guys want to go to the Parks Board first, just know then that they don't have that protection. The HCEDC board technically can put a park forward without the park board without the park's recommendation. So that's what I was trying to stop. That's why I'm trying to push it through.
I would make a comment to that. The HCEDC can make all the proposals they want. It's this body that approves it. So you have the ultimate control.
I understand, but just trying to clarify so everyone's on the same page. When we operate in gray areas, that's where we start to fight as a city, and we're trying to stop that. We're trying to start working together. not opposed to it.
Understood.
And I think it's a good addition. I just think it kind of needs to go through the proper process before
No,
it comes back to us.
I get what you're saying.
Any further discussion? Not, I'll take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you, council. All right. Future agenda items. You have those. I don't need to read them all. Do you have something you want to add? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. It's 11:01 p.m.
This conference is no longer being recorded.